gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's
Hello and welcome back to EWC. We're going to be going into the qualifiers. Obviously, the final match of the day will be coming up in just a few moments, but of course we will soon be just looking at the schedule, looking at everything coming up throughout the day. Of course, if any of you missed it, we have had a few days of action. Obviously, phase one started with multiple different squads coming in from the EMEA region. We've led it all the way into phase two, and yesterday we actually had our first team making it into qualification. Nice of you to join me, Mitch. But yeah, I think we've got an exciting game ahead of us.
Hi, Tom. Sorry, I was destroying an egg sandwich there. How are you doing today? Thanks for bringing the folks through the opening of the show. I was on my road to the broadcast.
I'm doing all right. I'm doing better now that I'm not a one-man show. But
well, I have faith in you. I'm sure you did a fantastic job. I was actually in the background crunching some numbers as well for the predictions later on today. And Tom, let me tell you, today I'm feeling more confident than ever. It's going to be a wonderful show.
Oh, okay. So do you want to get that out of the way now, or do you still need a little bit more time to sort of relish in your brilliance?
I think we let the vision settle, and we'll get to it before the game kicks off. But you know, the confidence levels, they're higher than ever. That's for sure.
Yeah, as long as you can tell the team's logos apart, unlike yesterday where the things seem to go a little bit wrong, but
as I said, Tom, without your crystal ball, the visions, they're a little more blurry, so it's a bit more interpretation, and
as is the
getting
monitor.
used to it. But no, today, I mean, it's one hell of a game. I think Team Liquid are in incredible form, but KC, they showed us that light yesterday. One of the conversations that we had a lot was, oh, well, if this is a close game yesterday in that BO3, you go up against Liquid, you're not going to stand the best of chances. We need to see one team dominate, and at least on the second map, that is what happened. KC came out looking very good. So depending on how the Veto goes, a good opportunity for them to really hammer this one home.
Yeah, I will say that, like, I think that we saw the best out of Abez. I think he actually put a tweet out afterwards saying, like, glad he was able to sort of reset from the day before, didn't feel himself, and that this was a performance like he was happy with. But I think ultimately it's one of those scenarios where I think it also takes the team into consideration. Like, I don't think Foot had a particularly good game plan going into Haven, whereas I think Liquid will. And also, when you get deeper and deeper into the map pool, that's where I'll feel more and more confident in Liquid's ability to close out this game. So obviously KC still have a chance. I think they've got great coaching staff, great IGL. They've got a lot of talented players. It's not like this is a whitewash scenario. But I do think that this is going to be one of those matches where ultimately I'm going to favor Liquid quite heavily, because they've already made it to both Masters Bangkok and Masters Toronto. I would be a fool to doubt them on the road to EWC.
Well, that's exactly it. And we said it starting out the tournament as well, when we saw Team Liquid against Foot Esports to start this out. This is somewhere that we expect them to make it, because they've been hitting those internationals all year. They've been looking good regionally and up against these teams as well. So the expectation is certainly high for them to deliver. And then you look at that 3-1 that they lost to BBL, a BO5, and it was the first loss that Liquid have had against BBL. It's somewhere that you can look at the scoreline and go, they only got one map. What happened to Liquid that day? They must have underperformed. And then you look at the scores, and it was 13-11 to BBL in all three of the maps that they won on. You know, this was a tight victory, and one that very easily could have seen Team Liquid make it all the way. And even if it was BBL down here, I would still favor them. We had that conversation in the BO5. Whoever goes down is still favored to make it through to the main event. And so a lot of pressure then comes into teams like KC, because ultimately there's no consolation prize here. Nothing's going to satisfy that squad. Missing out on internationals within the VCT circuit and then being one game away here and falling short, it would be heartbreaking for KC.
Yeah, for sure. I think the fun thing looking back to the series yesterday, our best of 5 matchup, is just some of the stats are genuinely absurd. Like, you've got the likes of Levin. So we played 4 maps. It was a 4-1 victory. He was involved in 40 opening duels. So that's 10 per map. It is just ridiculous numbers. The man on the other side in Camo had 30, to put it into perspective. And actually, if you look at the sort of opening duel statistics, they go fairly heavily in the favor of Liquid. It was just a lot of those sort of clutch rounds. Profek as well had a insane performance individually. The question I have is who's going to be that player when it goes into the game today? And I'm not sure that KC have had anybody in the level of form of someone like Profek. Like, Profek has genuinely been, I think, one of, if not the best rookies coming into this year. The fact that he went from the tier 2 straight into BBL looked good from the get-go. And sure, like, you've got the likes of Kayak, who's obviously already at the main event with Fnatic making it into first place. I think there's no argument that he has definitely been up there as well. But I think, like, that squad has been revolutionized by these sort of tier 2 players coming up, by BBL going international. And then I look at the sort of KC side of things, and okay, they have a couple. Well, they have a rookie of their own in the form of Aves, who I think has definitely had his moments, but is a little bit more hit and miss, obviously playing an abundance of different roles for the squad. And I think that it really does vary quite heavily. The Phoenix being his highest statistically alongside Raze. And then the more experienced players at times are the ones that could be more of a problem. Like, I think that although in, like, again, recent games we've seen some better performances out of Elite, his overall statistics in comparison to when he was on BBL are considerably worse. Like, it's not even a comparison. You're talking about 13 times playing Cypher with 175 ACS. So this guy was someone we expected to be well clear of 200 last year. It showed how good he was when playing in that Turkish environment. I don't think we've quite got there yet. I've been thoroughly impressed with Sugetsu, though, in the matches that we've covered on this stream. I think he was very good on the controller. It does still just beg the question, though, is going forward, if they don't make it, will they now make changes? Like, will that be like, okay, we can put Sugetsu into his old role and we can get a controller, or maybe we just get another Sentinel? Because I think that this puzzle is not far off being correct, but it still feels like maybe they are just one change away from being a contender.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And for KC as well, like, we talk about that, the internationals they've missed out on this year, and then obviously the biggest event at the end of the year, it's not looking good if you're consistently dropping out. No. I think this is a squad that has high expectations, that has always had high expectations, and they've been on, and I'm talking KC as an organization, right? They've been on the right road in the past. They made it to Masters Madrid, was I think the last time that they were appearing on that international stage, and trying to reclaim that glory that they had back then when they came in, not just as an okay team, not as a team that barely made their way through, but they came in representing the region as number one in EMEA at the time, and getting back to there is always going to be the goal. And I think this year they haven't really hit that, but there's been sparks, like you said. There's been moments where they've looked good, and I have to say I was really impressed yesterday by Aves on the Phoenix on Haven. But again, we go back to the game before that, where we've seen how easily some teams have been able to deal with, I'm not saying him in particular, but with that approach to the game. And across the board, then there's some reimagining potentially to go down when it comes to KC. Today, again, I look at the previous matchup, how BBL dealt with KC, and think, well, if a team like Liquid are coming in here, having that tape to work on, we've talked and praised a lot their coaching staff and what they can do with tape. This is somewhere that I don't expect it to be as easy for KC, because it looked yesterday like they just caught Foot off guard. And again, you look at the matchup that they had, it started out massively convincingly, especially that attack side. And I think that Foot then, there's a little bit of a resurgence, but that 13-7, that could easily have been a 13-3 or a 13-4. Like, it felt so dominant to KC. I don't think that's going to be as easy to replicate here today.
No, and I think that's where we need to almost talk a little bit more about Liquid, but it feels like almost a bit of a broken record. I think that we've talked about structurally, I think in this qualifier, I think they're the best team. Like, I think in terms of some of the counters and some of the individual brilliance, like I said, Profek, I think was a difference maker yesterday. Ultimately, I think that we got to see that, but I think in terms of just like the sort of structure of the squad. I think the synergy of the squad. I think the setups of the squad. I think they're fantastic. And I think that that's the difference between them and Foot. I think Foot have found themselves in a spot where things haven't been working out so well. And because of that, we're getting more diminishing returns in comparison to this Liquid squad. Now, Veto-wise, thus far, nothing too crazy. The perma bans, or like the bans of both squads going out, not much of a surprise. Then it just comes down to the order. And I like that we're seeing Liquid go back to that split pick. I think we saw it at the very end of the best of 5 yesterday because they lost to the counter that BBL pulled out. So they didn't want to play it again. Versus anybody else, they are incredibly happy to play it again.
So this is interesting as well, right? The Icebox, because we're going to see Team Liquid coming in with that Harbor comp, presumably, and it was interesting to watch the other day up against BBL. Certainly not something that BBL found easy.
Harbor versus Sadak.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I've been hoping for in the form of
turned them against me.
Pearl the other day would have been nice to see for KC. I think it was their decider matchup, and they obviously 2-0'd. We can't get a third map when it comes to BO3s, but now getting to see at least the Harbor on the other side, it should be intriguing. A little taste of their own medicine for KC.
It's like Snape in Harry Potter. You dare use my own spell against me. I am the Harbor Prince. Just comes out like I think that if anybody was able to counter this, especially as I know that, as I said, this has been used a decent amount in Americas. Sadak is going to have been watching that, keeping an eye on different things, what has worked against them. So I think that if anybody's going to be able to beat out that comp, it's probably them. I also really like what there's not many times where I'll sit there and go, hey, a zero duelist comp, I really enjoyed that. But I think Martine is one of the few players that you can put him on Omen and it still looks like a duelist, because this has been a concept that's been around for a long time. I think even at one point the old BBL did it, where they were like, hey, let's put Kushner on Omen and have him like TPing into the back of the sites. The problem is, I love Kushner, but he just wasn't able to get the same values if you put him on a Jet. Whereas something with Martine, he can most of the time. So I think that's why they're confidently going into this map. I will say their stats on it are a little misleading. It says they're 5-0, but you look at their victories, you've got an OT versus Na'Vi twice, and you got an OT versus Koi, who in VCT EMEA were the worst team. So it's not like you look at it and you go 5-0, that's a surefire win. I don't think it is.
No, and looking at this Veto then, Tom, finishing out on Lotus, do you think that this is possible?
Finishing out on Lotus, so you're saying it's a 3-0?
That's what I was going to ask. Do you think it's possible that this can end 3-0 in favor of Team Liquid with how the Veto's gone down? I do, very much so. Even Lotus, recency bias, Liquid lost it 13-11 to BBL, and before that, it was looking clean. Their comp has...
Finishing out on map 3 of a best of 5.
Yeah. How do you feel about that? Is this a 3-0?
I will say 3-1. I'll give KC Icebox. I think that I like their structure and their composition, and I think that in terms of executes, it's very difficult to play against. I do think that Martine, as always, needs to be in incredible form. But I think that although I like their Haven, I think we've seen it too many times for it to be a gimmick that Liquid falls for. I think they will have seen what BBL did. I think they will just yoink anything they've done and just counter it in the same way. The only thing I'll say, if we do get to Haven, is I don't really think the Viper works well against Casey's comp. When you're running those double flashes, you're actually just giving Aves something else to flash through. So that will be my one worry going forward. But ultimately, I do think that I think Liquid are heavily favored, and to be honest, in this matchup, the maps may not even matter, especially now they've switched up their composition on Icebox. That would be the real danger. I think they're going to be very confident going into Split. I think they'll be very confident going into Lotus as well, even though they've had a blip recently. They were on a 3-map win streak on that map up until they lost to BBL 13-11. So again, only a very, very tight scoreline, whereas sure, we've seen some closer ones, but Liquid bodied KC on that map last time they played. So I think there's Icebox is a necessity if there's going to be a chance for KC in this series.
I agree with you, and that's kind of why I think it will be a 3-0. Like, I really liked what Liquid brought to bear on Icebox last time. I think the comp is going to be difficult to deal with. I think that someone like Camo having his day will absolutely thrive, but again, you look on the other side and someone like Martin will be there to deal with him, at least in an ideal world. We'll see how this game shapes up, if it is going to end on Lotus or if we'll go the distance with Haven and of course Ascent as the final map if we do need a 5th. And we're already into Agent Select for map number 1 of Split, and seeing that over on the KC side it's going to be that Viper comp. We're going to have our just fairly normal composition for them to be running at the moment, and I don't expect many changes from it. It's not a map that they've played a lot. They've lost it both times that they pulled it out this year, but again, we talked about this the other day, that changing things at this stage of the game, this late into a qualifier, it's not usually the way that you want things to go. Although in general, Split's not the way that KC want things to go. Not their favorite map.
That's probably the bigger issue for me, is that I wouldn't have minded them throwing something a little bit more of a curveball in. Like, I understand you want to, like, obviously for practice sake, you want to keep going with the comp you've been running. I think also it gives that little bit of opportunity for some individual flair. I said statistically, Avez's best agent is actually the Raze, so I've not played it as much as many others, but even still, like, it still gives them that opportunity for explosiveness. But I think that in terms of the standard, or like if I was going to take a large pool of games and say, okay, who do I most expect to win on Split in EMEA, it's Liquid. I think the biggest defeat they've had was to BBL, who like if you don't know like if you haven't ever interacted or listened to the broadcast, I think Pal and Yumpy, from my knowledge, basically spent like 7 hours countering them on that map. Like it was like just them building something to beat Liquid. So that obviously worked wonders. I don't think anybody else will be able to do that again. And the only other team they lost to is Fnatic, who won the entire stage. So other than that, I think that there's not really a team I really believe can beat Liquid on Split, so I can understand why they're starting there.
Well, as well, like, obviously KC lost this map to Team Liquid, but it was a different composition that they were bringing to bear back then. They changed it up for the game against Na'Vi. It looked a little bit better, but 13-11 loss to Na'Vi. Na'Vi aren't exactly the cream of the crop when it comes to EMEA.
No, they're out.
But exactly. There's going to have to be a big step up for KC in this matchup if they want to have a chance on Split, but I think all eyes really rest on the next map for them of Icebox. This is Team Liquid's pick, and they will be starting on the defensive side as KC mount an attack, and the mid push, very much anticipated. They've got themselves a player on either side. The flashes and prowlers will send them back, though. Good space take by KC to start this battle.
Yeah, Martin, always a focal point. If he can have a good game today, there is that will be my win factor. You need prime Martin. The guy has shown how good he can be. Nats is very well placed. Oh, well, they're so focused in on trying to kill off Kiko. They have forgot about the snake in the grass. If there is one man, I won't even say in EMEA, if there is one man in all of Valorant you don't want to forget about, it is Nats.
Sneaky boy he is a lot of the time, getting up behind you. This time he's in their face for a double, coming in from the sidelines, and a 1-0 start for Team Liquid. Seeing how they invest into this one will be interesting as time ticks away. We're already seeing an Outlaw and Kiko debating taking the Vandal into play, and it looks like he will. The Light Shield Vandal being brought in by this squad. The Outlaw, and we touched on this in one of the previous games from Team Liquid, I think, on this map, that on this map, I think, by Team Liquid, that it's not exactly an easy weapon to use when it comes to here on Split. There's a lot of choke points, and they've already ran into one with the spikes, so it was looking a little risky, a little dangerous. I like what Martin got up to. The TP into Vents got himself one, but this is all that there is to write home about for KC.
At least a little bit of damage, but not really anything that will make a difference to Liquid going into this. Now, obviously, with this composition, a lot of the time, teams that play against them opt to start over on that defense. So we see a lot of heavy attack side halves coming through for Liquid, but they're stellar on both. That's always the dangerous thing. Like, you go into a map of Split, at least historically, like back in the day, we talk about, hey, you're going to get a lot of defensive rounds. This squad, you actually, a lot of the time, don't want to play them when they're playing the attack. So off to a stellar start here. Potentially their favored side to come, but that is not a bad start. Camo already removed from the round, and his spot is immediately claimed. And the thing I like about Liquid is this push and pull. They are not just going to sit pretty.
Oh no, time to be proactive, especially with the weaker weapons. You got to try to use your rifle to claim some space, and they've managed to at least return one. But the immediate response by KC, damage done onto Martin. But still an extra player breathing, an extra rifle pointed at the opposition. And Team Liquid, again, it's the aggression down through middle. They've got the read on this A play, but dealing with it will be a different story altogether, especially this Viper wall. It's forcing them into those closer fights if they want to defend. Heaven control, in fact, defend is not the name of the game. Again, it comes down to aggression. The nade is there. Serial's cleared the corner, and they've got a good foothold here on bottom ramp.
Yeah, the only real danger is how low Martin is, but this double up, I think he's already almost going to be used as bait to try and help out Aves. You have to be a little bit careful. Just playing within the edge of the smoke. Serial's already managed to find out one, and Martin goes down from the spam alone. Sadak has done well, but he runs out of bullets, and now it's left on to Kiko to try and save this one, but Sadak, the IGL, will be left to hold the line. It's a round onto the board, Mitch, but that was a bonus.
Yeah, that was probably around where you want to see them walk out with a lot more in the bank, but it's going to be a big spend from KC, putting them down to 0 on most players, having a Guardian come through, having light shields across the board. And I guess the one thing they can be thankful for is there was no Outlaw save through to this round, as it might be difficult to find the angle when it comes to this map, but when everyone's on light shields, it gets that a little bit easier. 2-1 for Team Liquid, and a big chance to gain that economic advantage, to put it 4-1 up just by winning this round here. And for KC, a very direct play. The Prowler in mid again, feigning out that control, but the intended play is to just blitz Serial, put him under pressure. The TP already taken, backside control, but Serial adjusts. He wraps around, showstopper from top, gets one more, and this is falling to pieces. That backside TP now gets to pounds for a double. But Martin still has 3. He's got to ace it, and the spike is down in the open. He has the ult to pick it up and to get out of here. That's exactly what's going to be used. The TP broken already, no chance to go back, but he can make it all the way to the A site here. He can get a plant.
Well, I mentioned about getting Prime Martin. It definitely seems like he's done his warm-up routine. 3 kills already in this round. One that should have been done in the 1 versus 5, but somehow he has made this look doable. The reveal, in fact, won't give up his position. The respot from Camo as he takes that lower control. Still not an easy fight to take if Liquid play this one together, and they're looking to try and have more of a high-low, make those shots impossible to connect them. Well, it was a nice attempt by Martin, but Padatek will make sure there's no 1v5 today.
But the sad reality of this situation, Tom, is this is a round that KC put all their credits on the line for. And the damage done to Team Liquid, it's going to be hard to find the real value for that damage. The operator still carried forward. The rifle is still in play. And even though the rest of the squad are going to have to invest down to their last, for KC to punish that, they need to do a lot of damage here. They need to maybe even win the round here, and then they could bounce right back. But that's not going to look very likely because of the position their economy's in, because of that round 3 damage the Team Liquid were able to do.
Martin has a rifle.
Well, he almost aced, I suppose.
Yeah, he got 3 in the last round. He gets 4. Maybe somebody else can get 1, help him out a little bit. Who knows? The worry as well is that Kiko is already on fire today. 9 kills in the first 4 rounds. Okay, Camo is yet to get on the board, but it hasn't mattered as of yet. And I think we've seen the recent form. Camo always gets into the game. I think they'll need him a little bit more when it comes to Icebox, but for now at least, not the greatest of starts. Timing here. Oh, okay. The Sugetsu Sheriff. That will help out.
Oh, and now it's Kiko that has to deal with that backside TP. Yeah, Martin was given that space for free last time, but Serial was cutting off the other head of the snake as they came through main. No one's there to do that job this time, and now the Pistols get close. Now the Pistols have a much better chance to make this costly. They've already done so much damage. 2 players, and the last 2 are just 1 hit to the body from these Sheriffs. It's unbelievable, Tom. They've come in, even talking about Martin having the rifle. It was nothing to do with that. Someone's called the law because the Sheriffs brought the might in this round, and Nats 40 HP and an operator. He's not saving this. He's gonna try, but they are flooding after him. They came into this on a low buy. They'll be happy to lose a few more weapons if it means no op for Team Liquid. What a phenomenal round by KC.
Yeah, I can only assume that initial shot from Sugetsu was just utter filth. He's always been a sheriff demon, but that's going to be one that I think helps them out quite significantly, because you sort of mentioned it like that would have been a horrific start to basically have next to no economy remaining as they'd be going into this. But instead, all rifles on their side, and for the defense, it's where the economy has taken a nasty hit. I think a solo rifle invested, but other than that, it is just going to be the pistols.
Well, some deep mid play coming in from Team Liquid, of course, trying to make use of those pistols, but no one wants to take the fight. They'll concede the space and take it on the other side. Aves, it could be huge! A double pickup, a triple, and the rest of the squad cleans up house. KC, 3-3, and this looked like Team Liquid about to run away with the defensive side not long ago. And instead, a resurgence from a thrifty round from KC has gotten them neck and neck.
This is where the response from Liquid can come back up, though. Still a very quiet start for Camo, and Martin is ruling at the top of the board. It's genuinely one of those players that I think it's very good that KC has managed to hold on to. Obviously, a pretty hefty amount of investment, getting players from Na'Vi, getting players from Loud. This is definitely not one of those rosters where you're looking to save money. They have spent heavily to try and build a squad that makes it to big events. And although, in terms of the VCT, it hasn't gone to plan so far this year, I think they'll take a spot at EWC. Nice. That's not the greatest of starts, though. I mentioned Martin. He's fallen. Camo's got walkabouts, though. It really has been a rough start to the day for him. Luckily, you have Padatek to pad the gap a little bit, and the Lurk has also been caught on the other side of the map. It leaves a bit of a tough spot. And in fact, the spike has been tapped. I think Sadek realized that Aves is so far away that if I plant this and I go down, that's the round over.
Yeah, I had to wait. And then they're going to go up into heaven, but Viper Wall's there. Toxin's not much. I think it was just a 30 pop. Nat's hitting it as soon as he could. They'll be going back up in a second. 25 seconds to get to that site. The peek up by Aves. They needed that pick. A hard one to find, though. The static creeps into the site. 14. And the plan has to be stuck very, very soon now. They're attempting again to just force that utility out, force the peak, and there it is. They've gotten one to swing, and now they've got a safe spot down the back to get this plant in. Nats drops. That was heard. They'll go together, but there's the info. The ultimate catching everything they need. The Prowler to chase them down, and it was only the one. Actually, I thought it was two. Caught by that. Serial must have sidestepped it. So they only know that Nats is on this side, and it looks like the idea is to try to box him in assume that even if he's got a teammate, they can just outfire them. And Aves with a triple kill has locked it in for KC. Well handled in the 2v2. Patience across the board. A lot of teams would have felt the pressure of that clock, especially after what happened to KC yesterday. And fair play to them for just pumping the brakes.
Well, yeah, I think you give credit to KC and more so Sadak just for having that patience. But then I do also think you have to be a little bit critical of Kiko in that moment. Like, wanted to get ahead and deny the plant, but in the end, he's too far away from anybody else as he goes in. And that's what turns the round into a 2v2 scenario. Not really a necessary peak, not something that I really see as a characteristic of this Liquid squad. I've talked about the structure, synergy, the sort of intelligence in a lot of those advantages, but I think this round was one where it's not been the case. And I think even just Camo going walkabouts in the early stages of the round, like we're seeing uncharacteristic mistakes from Liquid in these early rounds, and I think that's why we're getting a pause out from Lohan, just to go, okay, these are now rounds that we could have won. I need to stop this before it gets out of control on our map choice, on the map that we're probably most favored in the whole series.
Oh, what a series of events for KC. Once Liquid locked in that 3-1, with how the economy was, it should have been a guaranteed fourth, and who knows where they can springboard to from there. Now they find themselves with the weaknesses. The pistols in play. And unfortunately, not the same level of results with those opening picks. When KC had this, it was a straight fight to the backside of B, picking off Serial and leaving chaos in the ranks of Team Liquid. This could be dangerous, though. The push through the smoke from Patatek. It's got one. Oh, but that's all there is to write home about KC. 4 versus 2. And the A side's wide open. This is looking much better than the anti-eco that Team Liquid had earlier.
Toxin screen down.
Nats is looking for a timing, but Sugetsu has been left behind, and it should be...
Spike planted.
Oh, I was going to say an easy execution, but he's actually missed the timing. I don't know if Sugetsu actually knows he's there. I'm guessing no, because Nats is just playing the time. Wants to try and get as far forward as he can, then go back, but now he's missed the boat. Probably a little bit confusing for Marti. Now he's managed to die there. Serial's trying to use this space to get into position and has succeeded. Now just looks for the fight, but loses it versus Elite. That should be the turning point. Sugetsu's still sitting up above, but he is just playing that spike at this stage. And I think Vanat's realizing that, okay, the time has gone. There was a chance for a moment in this round. Instead, I'll try and take one with me, but ran out of bullets.
Well, he got him anyways. Okay. Delayed him just long enough. Yeah, and I think there for Nats, you know, he has the Viper's Pit online, but no opportunity to use it. Outlaw thrown off the map, full buy for KC. And for a team that was struggling for economy at 3-1, they have got enough money to throw an Outlaw away, buy up full rifles with only one player surviving, and still have a ton of credits in the bank for the next. That is a wonderful start. And 5-3 on the board. Man, this looked like a weak start. No, not long ago at all. I don't like that the spike is alone on mid. That's stressing me out a little bit there. The jump peaks, it's a big risk. But with the smoke, they'll cross, and the B site will be once again under threat. Camo off in hand, but that TP was soon to come in. Never mind. He's picked one and got out.
Well, that was Showstopper as well. That's the ult gone. That was a really important kill just to make sure that he doesn't go down. But nevertheless, Elite has quickly found a trade. Sugetsu's got another. That man advantage dissipated in a matter of seconds, but Camo is on the board. Finally starting to find some impact.
I'll handle this.
Oh, the ult activated by Camo to get out. What is going on in this round? The Showstopper, I'm pretty sure they activated Pit and immediately got it shut down. Martin able to find Camo. The snake in the grass dealt with, but there's another. Serial's just lit up the scoreboard and left Patatek alone. The 1v1 for backside 4 shots left, and with the final bullet, he'll take Sadik down. A round for Team Liquid. I can't believe that. When we see the scoreboard, I'll check if I'm incorrect, because you didn't see any toxins go up, but I saw Viper's face have the mask on. And yes, Elite 0 out of 9. That must have been the exact second he hit the ult that an op shot rang out and took him out of the round.
Yeah, that means that both of Camo's kills were ults. Like, both of them were, that was a showstopper flying through the air, he hits the shot, and then as Elite activates his Viper's Pit, he gets shot as well. And that's a cursed round for KC. Many opportunities, still almost won it. And it does mean that the economy of Liquid's not going to be in the best spot, although it's got to be a painful one to lose. If they win this next one, well, let's just say the defense is in trouble. And you can already see Nats is running a Spectre. Now, in the Viper's Pit, that's absolutely fine. Is Martin really going to TP through this? No, he's just trying to fake the sound.
Nats has been forced out by the boom bot, but he'll be back in any moment. Is he going to let it drop?
Oh, he's giving it up.
Yeah, he's let it drop. I guess concerned that someone might already be through. You've got two players that could easily TP past, but you'd hear the sound cue. I guess more so just the contact on the boom bot, that they could be sat there waiting for him. The orb, not great either. There's a big gap on that left side. But it's okay. I guess they're looking to force the fight with it. It was KC's orb, of course. The idea to give a gap and then battle around it, or maybe even just force Nats back out of a position inside that pit. Either way, they've got that mid control now for free, canceling out that earlier ultimate, but still, the showstopper used up by KC previous round, not used up by Team Liquid, as Kiko now has that to work with. They've got an idea where these players are, and then it's running directly away from Kiko. Showstopper, though, sending them into the main body of this defense. What? And Nats with a Spectre. He's just walked through the smoke and taken down 3. He had a lot of teammates on the site, but that didn't play any role.
That's crazy. Like, he left the Viper's Pit, and I was sat there going, you'd think maybe he'd gamble it while only having a Spectre. I guess for him, it makes no difference. 3 quick kills. Round turned on its head, and the remaining 2 players of KC forced to save. They did so much to damage and bruise the economy of Liquid, but in the end, it meant absolutely nothing. And, well, after a stellar set of rounds, 4 in a row, Eng has decided, okay, it's time to take a pause. We want to make sure we come out on top of this up. Because as I said, like, statistically, you're looking at a lot of strong attack sides coming out for Team Liquid. I think the only time that hasn't happened was in that game versus BBL and, well, I guess versus Fnatic as well. The 2 losses they've had have been quieter, but normally that's where they dominate. And so you now sit there and go, okay, we want to make sure we go in 7-5 because we might need a little bit of a buffer.
Well, exactly. Especially, you just don't want to fumble that lead. It was such a strong position to play from, and now under threat as they're equalized again. And it has to feel frustrating with how they've gotten here. The showstopper to entry B gets shut down by an op. The Viper's Pit activated, gets shut down by an op immediately. And from that point, then you move into the next round, and oh no, they've got a Viper's Pit. That's going to really screw us. They've got a showstopper. Well, actually, both of those things activated to no avail. And somehow a Spectre coming through with smoke is what cost you the round. Like, and obviously they're forced to play a little faster, knowing that there's a rocket launcher chasing them down from middle, but the fact that Nats finds that gap and is able to deal so much damage without it being returned. And I think it's timing as well, just as they were falling out of heaven. It's disastrous. Timeout for KC, and they're back on the horse, and it's a slow play through mid. Vent being pressured. This seems to be a weakness. Look at the rotation towards the B site. 3 players there. Only 1 to defend these ropes.
Flash up. Oh, okay, Patatek. I felt like he's been feeling it today. Won the 1v1 clutch to get them their 4th round. And now already has managed to deal with Martin, one of the biggest threats gone off the board. Sadek is trying to sell the idea that maybe they're not going in this direction, as the rest of the team are pressuring that A site.
rotation in though. You've already got one on backside. Kiko's rotated into position. He's got Sugetsu. Aves. Oh, he's not going to catch him off guard at all. Kiko quick on the trigger on sight, and as they look to deal with him, Nat strikes from above. A triple kill from the Rays of Team Liquid, and a flawless round after a timeout from KC. No answers, no solutions, and I think we're seeing it's a good job that Liquid didn't get off to that flying start, or this could be a very one-sided performance. KC still the opportunity to equalize at the half, but this is the last round.
It really does feel like if Kiko was on any team in EMEA other than maybe, I guess, Fnatic, I'd probably put Vitality and then Heretics. I think he'd be the #1 duelist on most other teams. The guy is so good individually, but also intelligent in the way that he actually plays. But obviously, he could do the same thing on controller. So it was an easier choice for Liquid to have Camo be that more aggressive player. An important round for KC. They had a good chance to actually come out with the lead at the half at 5-3 up, but things have started to diminish. Walking into a fairly empty A site, but it's 2 players that currently sit towards the vents and are now rotating into heaven. Depending on the timing, they might be walking into a stack site, although it doesn't matter if you trade out the players.
Well, last time Kiko was able to pick up a triple, this time they might ask one more of him. The whole squad coming towards him. No distractions this time. They're locked in on the side angle. Smokes and screens in heaven. And that kill looking far too easy. As KC now in a 4 versus 2 and equalizing at the half. Looking very likely. Fatalt online as well. Sent in, and there it is. Soon to be sent in, and it immediately arrives. Catching one, knowing that Camo's in the corner. He's going to peek. He's going to go straight into them. And I mean, a firing squad waiting as Serial clears out the rest of the space. There's nothing to be said for this round for Team Liquid. 6-6 at the half. KC, they were 3-1 down. They were on an eco. It looked like they might have been down and out with a big recovery. But in the end, they're neck and neck as we go to a break. Welcome back, folks. 6-6, neck and neck. KC, they certainly recovered on what could have been a tough half for them, Tom. Coming into this half, what you've seen in the first, does it inspire you? Does it give you hope that this could still be KC's map?
I would say the stats maybe not so much. Like we saw them versus Na'Vi really struggle on the defensive side, but I do think that like clearly they've come in good form. I think the good thing is as well that you're getting sort of what I was talking about. Martin looks solid. I think Aves as a second has looked great, and well already he's going to kick things off with a bang. The problem though is this Liquid attack side is so strong, so I still favor them going into this, but it's definitely not a done deal.
No, regardless, I suppose, as you're saying, it's momentum, it's form that they're on. Big flood back from KC. Serial putting a stop to this. In goes Camo, and alongside Kiko, they close this round out convincingly. Opening pick for KC, and nothing else goes their way from that point.
Yeah, I thought that the start might like sort of inspire a little bit extra. But no, it's Serial has been having a fantastic game. I think his B-site anchoring was solid, but yeah, getting 2 back in a matter of seconds and then the rest of the team just swarming in. I want to keep an eye on Camo though, because normally when you're this sort of aggro duelist on attack, you kind of struggle a bit more on the attack because you're normally first one in, you're getting aggressive into positions. He really struggled on the defense. So if that's going to be the story of today, it definitely levels the playing field a little bit more. My worry for KC though is that he's had a slow half and that's about to change. What is this?
This is quite the firing squad they've developed here. The high, low, medium high, and medium low.
This is like a CS strat, but obviously in CS you can stand on players' heads.
Make like a triangle, a pyramid.
Yeah, you have the little pyramid on like back Inferno. You don't really see it much in Valorant because there's so much, there's no reveal in Counter-Strike. So it becomes a little bit more difficult for this to work because if anybody uses like a haunt, for example.
Serial?
Oh, well, there they are. Guys, I've just seen 4 people sat at the back of site. I think we should go A.
I'd love to hear the comms on that. Just, okay, I'm going to clear. Oh, go, leave. Just pure panic.
30 seconds left.
4 people stare you down. Well, Kiko picked off 1 from heaven. They get the A site with a pick. The plant is free. It was a good idea, but it very much relies on somebody not just shoulder checking that angle. It relies on a quick pick when someone swings wide, and the confidence wasn't necessarily shown in the way they wanted. And Nats is being caught. It's not the biggest of picks, but it does box them in a little bit in terms of where they're going to go for exits. Screens to spawn, still possible. And the rotate around coming in now, actually. It might be able to pick 1 or 2 more. Every little helps in terms of damage. And it's Elite. Yes, that has managed to slip through the cracks inside vent. Another pick. And players boxed in as well. Really close to going down to the spike there. A great attempt by the side of KC, considering the round that was in it. They never really gave up.
Yeah, it's probably a little bit more costly than Liquid would have liked, but definitely not the end of the world. I'm also seeing the Outlaw go into Nats' hands, and he is one of the few sort of like Senti / controller players that I'm okay seeing this, especially with the amount of light shields that's currently on the other side. He's pretty quick on the trigger, so I definitely have to be careful. Those regenerative shields are great, but they will not survive a bullet of the Outlaw.
Cover going out.
Oh, Sugetsu's being pressured back. It's only a decoy and a prowler though, but it does get that TP into position. The flash and the TP takes place. Smoke even blocking them off. I like that. Camo's got full space now. And the dive out from the rest of the squad opens up a door for Camo to make that big flank around the side. He'll get himself the pick on the Sugetsu. Great work from Team Liquid as they claim control of this site. The plant not acquired yet, as the spike had been dropped inside of main. And they're just looking like, I love this. They clear behind together. They look for the fight in heaven together. Break the TP. Now you know that he's at least somewhere in front of you. He's not come from the flank due to the position of that teleport. And Martin, he has his work cut out for him with Team Liquid playing quite synergized, at least to start.
If you'd want anyone in this scenario, it would be Martin.
One enemy
Got
remaining.
3 in a 1v5 earlier. Now he only needs to find 2. Spotting Camo at the backside, knows exactly where he is. Shots being baited out. Camo's definitely got to be careful. Just playing with that time, consistent repositions, and eventually will connect the shot. With how the game has gone, you would have bet your house on Martin winning that one. But when it's needed most, Camo is starting to come alive.
Yeah, it was really smart too. You see him jump peeking very shallow, and the response there from Martin is to swing closer to the corner, narrow in his point of view, but so he can get a wider angle of Camo jumping, and then Camo jumps all the way across to get the rifle. Soon as he has that rifle in hand, confidence skyrockets, swings in, and wins the duel. That's what you want to see, especially from a guy bottom fragging at the moment. Or, well, it was, still is, even after that play. He's not lost that confidence. And I mean, the first 2 picks he had were canceling out ultimates. So he's definitely had high impact in terms of those frags. He has 9-6 for Team Liquid. And a pause in from KC. Of course, this is where things are really going to start to slip away. We've seen this before. Team Liquid 3 rounds in the early half, economic advantage. Last time, KC managed to win the round, and that put them on a streak of 5 out of 6. Doing the same here, well, it would keep this map, keep a heartbeat on this map for KC.
Yeah, the unfortunate fact about this game is that you're losing by 3 rounds after losing both pistols, and it's your opponent map choice. Like, I think it's clear that KC have been playing pretty well. It's just unfortunate that when you don't win either of the pistols, you're unlikely to win the game. Like, I think, I don't know what the odds are nowadays, but I always remember them being around the 80% marker of conversion from winning both pistols. So for Liquid to lose on their own map choice from that, I'd be very surprised. And, well, going into this round, there's not a whole lot to play with. A 3rd round bonus as well is going to help them out significantly. Sugetsu did incredibly well the last time this happened, and hey, he started off incredibly well here.
Chavez, he's got a lot of pressure coming his way. A lot of players coming out of that orb, and with him dropped and the knowledge of where Sugetsu is, a headshot was needed, and it won't be delivered. Sadik, the last one standing, upgrades to a Sheriff. Only 2 players to deal with, and the spike down in the open, but the weaponry, it's not ideal. The Cease doesn't land on him at least, but jumping up top there, both swinging wide. Double digits locked in for Team Liquid. A good attempt by KC, all things considered, but you can't help but feel like that was so close to tipping over the line, and it all now comes down to this one.
Yeah, I think like at least 4 of Sugetsu's 9 kills are from Sheriffs. Like he helped them win that round earlier. I think it was round number... Was it around number 3? Or maybe a little bit later, I think, in the last half. And then he's done the same thing here, where he did a lot of damage, but wasn't quite enough. His Sheriff has always been solid, but unfortunately it seems like the rifle hasn't quite matched up to that pistol for success rate. 3 rounds needed for Liquid to start this best of 5 off with a victory. As we pretty much set up throughout, that was the expectation going into Split. We've seen them play it in week 5 of EMEA with the 13-6, although some not the best circumstances. But it does seem like even with things being in a better state, we might be getting a similar result.
Orb up from Elite. Players crossing to B, and for good reason. Kiko's just picked off Sugetsu, waiting there with the op the whole time. Now he's got the rifle, because guess what? Ult online. Camo sent in to find out where they are. 1 spotted. 2 spotted now. Great information to play with, and that's the showstopper activated. Looking to hone in on these players. They've grouped up. They've grouped up. That's a big mistake against the showstopper. I can't believe that time they ran from opposite sides of the map to hold hands. Well, that's a heat-seeking missile from Kiko and Team Liquid. Well, they've won this round. There is no contention anymore. Martin left alone. That was a big mistake.
That was just panic. Like, that was the dimensional drift. They hear the showstopper, and you know that you've had your position given away. So I think it was the cross attempted by Elite, because he was the main target. He was pinged out, and then he runs across to where Abez is, and that just means that both of them end up dying to the showstopper rather than one being lost. It's not gone well at all, and well, this is why you saw both of those ultimates being used at the same time. Normally, maybe 2 ults might seem like a bit of a waste, but that easily confirmed the round. It gets them up to 11, and that was the purchase. Like, that was where KC actually had the money to buy. They should be able to again, but it's already going to be getting close to their last legs, and, well, realistically, 5 rounds down. I don't think Liquid are going to care how they get the rounds done.
No, you can spend an ult or 2, that's for sure. I mean, at this point, 11-6, coming up on double the score line, and if you get there, it's only going to be 1 just to tap it in to close out. The panic there from KC, I'm surprised. You know, I don't think Eng has another pause to use, right? And I mean, it's maybe too little too late at this point, but that's prime moment to pull one through. Although you won't be facing another showstopper, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. I'll just be discussed a little bit later on. KC looking to steady the ship. A rifle from Martine. The flash through is good. The pick is fantastic. Sadik on another. Nats though inside the pit. He'll get nothing done. Shut down and left onto Serial to do it all. The spike planted. It's in the open. It's planted for heaven. He's not going there. Wisely so, because there's a player up waiting for him. He'll use his own smoke to get out. I think he pulled it back, but it doesn't matter. The nade caught him from behind anyways. And the defuse will pull this across the line for KC.
Nah, another solid round from Martine. Like quickly entering back into the site. Flash to lead the way and Sadik to help. They've got one onto the board, and then to be honest, they didn't really have to use too much for it. The Viper's Pit dissipated, whereas they still have 4 ults of their own, and probably the 4 you'd want if you were being selective. It's just whether or not they can build this into some sort of momentum. We saw it in the first half that they were able to do that on their attack 4 rounds in a row. They'd need a little bit more if they were going to attempt to close this out in regulation. It does just feel, though, that Liquid are just that little bit ahead, especially when it comes to those B site takes. They have been really solid on that side of the map.
Yeah, the pressure being applied to mid to start us off, but it looks like they're just trying to bait players out, with both extremities being watched pretty passive, hoping that KC will push up for info. Will take a risk that they probably shouldn't. Spike heading to A. What could be a mistake. Martine holding very aggressive on this corner. He'll be spotted out by the Prowler. They're still going to go for it. Still looking to apply the pressure. They've seen that it's Martine, but they don't care. They're swinging wide. He's a player known for getting behind you, not just wide checking an angle like that. And, well, that worked wonders. Sadik now under pressure. The wall, he just walks through it. What? Has Nats lost his mind? Well, he's behind them now.
I think he'd stopped giving a damn. Like, it reminds me of the, what was it? Coca-Cola Pepsi glass. I don't give a damn. Like, he just walked straight through all their util and just got openers. Why not? You know what? If you're Nats, why not?
I mean, you rotate in the fade to A, you prowler it. Oh, it's Martine there. Oh, we should watch out. It's Martine. What utility do you have? You got something? No, screw it. He just gets bored, swings it wide. I'm sure the first call was trade me, right? Minimum, Nats goes down at least. You're going to be able to take the follow-up. The second one, there was no trade me there. There was no trade me whatsoever. He snake bites heaven, lets them know he's coming, and then charges through the wall. That's got to be a frustrating one to lose for KC.
All right, come on, Nats. Walk through that Viper's Pit. I want to see it. I want to see it. Straight up disrespect. Abez has almost killed himself.
He just ran it down on the showstopper. He's a madman.
Why not? I think you're forgetting who you're dealing with. Sugetsu on the other side. Abez is almost, like, he'll get an assist on his own death at this stage, but it's still gone well for Elite within the Viper's Pit. I think he's going to get a second one as well. They are really just disrespecting their opponents at this stage. It's hyper aggressive, and well, Nats is not the one being punished. He
no, if
smells
anything,
a Viper's Pit, and he's going to push towards it.
He's going to ace this round, isn't he? He's wrapped on the pit. He's wrapped on the pit, and they're focused on Patatek. Nats, come on, man. Come on. Now he's in the pit, and he wins the fight as well.
30 seconds left.
Just give it up at this point. It's Sadek alone, and Nats picks him in the open. A three-piece to close this out 13-7. Team Liquid, Nats, he's just gone insane-o style in those last 2 rounds. I can't, walking through a pit, wide checking Martine, here's a showstopper, runs at him, and the best part is, Tom, the showstopper ran away. It got scared seeing Nats, because what the hell? Who does that? Oh, man.
I like the idea that there's always people who complain like, yeah, I don't really want to play against this player because they just run it down in scrims. Like they waste our time. Like we don't get proper practice when we play against these teams. Nats is doing it in officials. These last 2 rounds, I'll be honest, it feels like he's got places to be. Maybe he's been invited to Bosa's birthday party and wants to try and make sure he's on time, because for the last 2 rounds, it really just felt like Nats had enough.
I've never seen anyone activate like that, Tom. Genuinely, you're spot on as well. If you did that in scrims, you're getting blacklisted immediately. Just waste of time, mate.
Running through my YouTube, running through Viper's pit. What was he doing?
You never do that in an official
real game.
Exactly.
It worked in a real game.
I can't believe that. The first round was bad enough. Charging the showstopper, then running it down around the pit. Beautiful flank.
He needs to just send like either a video or just like a Snapchat to Eng. I'm sure Eng and Nats have Snapchat, and just
Definitely.
like a cheeky wink, and just nothing else. Hey boss, you want me back?
Yeah, that one's
gonna be fuming my life.
Yeah, that's gonna sting. Losing like that as well, with a couple opportunities for Liquid to sort of have a lights out start in the half, for them to close like that, man. Listen, that speaks volumes about what we're going to see in this series. Nats activated Icebox.
Never seen Nats do anything like that on Icebox. No.
Oh, it's
Why
dangerous times for KC. Poor tidings for them, as Team Liquid seem to be on a form I don't think I've seen them on so far. They want to lock in this international event, and they might well do it in the next 2 maps. We'll find out if that's true after the break.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one.
Welcome back, folks. I'm still recovering emotionally from what we just witnessed there on that previous map. You come in today, you tell me Liquid take the first map, their pick of split 1-0. We move on. It is what it is. No need to doubt what's going to happen in the rest of the series. It could still be competitive. You look at those last 2 rounds, and I'm going to ask you, why the hell are you showing me footage of one of their scrims against a tier 2 team? This doesn't make any sense. The fact that Nats played the way he did, and they already had a bit of a lead, whatever, outrageous. And now coming into the next map, Tom, I'm all aboard the Team Liquid train. I'm a day one Team Liquid lover. You know me.
Yeah, I felt like I've heard the opposite of that within the last day or so.
Lies. I don't know why anyone would lie like that.
Maybe got some sort of split personality, but of course that was the last map. Heading into Icebox, yeah, I think this one should be the most competitive map, and I think if this goes the way of Team Liquid, series is done. We can end it as a best of 3 because I think that this is the choice, obviously, of KC. It's a map where they're 5-0. It's definitely been the best for them statistically, even if some of the results have been very close. I like how they play compositionally. I think, as said, like the Omen for Martine is actually surprisingly good. So for something that can be quite difficult, and those additional smokes work well. What I will say on the counter side is I enjoyed watching the Harbor comp come out. As I said, a lot of teams have been running it in America. I think that Liquid have taken it straight out of their book. I think Kiko, again, showing he is the king of adaptability, being able to just play whatever role is needed. The Harbor is not something I imagine he practiced massively in ranked like other agents, because it's not fun to play Harbor. My only worry going into this one is that Camo had such a quiet first map, because now it stops being the case of, oh, it's fine, Kiko can just go 21 on 12 while playing Raze and still entry, and you get multi-kills with the Showstopper. And Nats can, I guess Nats can still just run around a Viper if he really wants to. But I think that last time out, Camo was such a huge part of their victory, especially on the attack side. I think he was phenomenal when they played this map last. So I do kind of sit there and go, okay, he needs to be on point. And I'm not overly worried that he's just going to have a bad day overall. I don't think we've seen that so much from him over the last few months. But that was definitely the quietest performance I remember from him in a while.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I mean, even it took so long to get picks on the board, but like we said, when he did, they were very impactful picks as well. Definitely a chance for him to step up. But I agree with you. It's a concern. If he can't find his footing early on, that could definitely open the door for KC to jump right back into things. The Harbor comp, we'll see if it catches them off guard. Like you said, though, and as we can clearly see, KC's one of those teams that's bringing in Harbor on multiple maps, somewhere that utility kit is not going to catch them off guard. And so then it just comes down to how intricately do you know this? We've seen one official from Team Liquid running this, and now they have to do it against the masters of this kind of composition. It's used early to block off mid control, but look at KC storming the A site. On the attack side, they've already got full control, but an immediate response being sought after by Liquid. They're not trying to give them any space for free. The paranoia slowed them slightly, but when push comes to shove, I thought it was Team Liquid winning the battles. Sugetsu and Aves. It's actually Sugetsu who's carrying them across the line, but Kiko doesn't know where Elite is. He is already tagged up decently as well, and worried about the flank. Luckily, the battle came down so quickly, there's still a bit of time to play with.
Yeah, he's gone for a complete reposition. And that might have worked out for him. He had a freebie, or at least it looked that way. Now needs to try and get onto this diffuser, or at least needs to try and bait in his opponent, just attempting to try and stick it through. That wall is going to dissipate in a matter of seconds, and he will not be able to close things out. It is Elite to take a pistol, and well, the first pistol for KC in this series so far.
Yeah, a close one indeed. He almost got him on the spam there. Elite doing very well, and I think really just Kiko's HP being a big factor in him not winning that battle. He had the jump on him though. I think both players sort of being caught by surprise as they're clearing other angles, seeing each other out of the corner of their eye. And in the end, it is 1-0 for KC. It is a light buy for Liquid.
Something else, I am now certain that Sugetsu has had more pistol kills than he has any other kill so far in this series.
That's concerning. That is concerning.
He did just get 3 in that round, so...
And the Sheriff was pretty good on the previous. Well, there goes one for Aves. Nats is forced out of the corner by those salvos immediately. And KC in no rush.
Yeah, this is where they can just be patient. They still have a whole lot of utility to get them into the sights. They still get the drone as if it was a Sova, but with those damage-dealing salvos and a pretty high-impact ultimate as well. Might be one of the last times we see Teo in this sort of form. For now, though, it has just ground to a halt, waiting for someone to make a move. And, well, the only player really wandering around at this stage is Serial, just desperately hoping to get some information for his squad, but there's not really anything to be had. They're just sat outside waiting for those salvos to come back online.
30 seconds left.
Aves, nicely done. Big picks as well. Not because of what he's up against. I mean, you're only dealing with classics, but it's all about the ult orbs being given to this man. Very impactful. He'll even get the plan. It's just about in time. And that is one away. Listen, the Armageddon can do quite a bit, especially on this map, and having this online in round 3 potentially with either a pick or an orb, that could sway things in their favor.
Yeah, no, especially when you look at the A site, I think it's one of the best for taking the site and one of the best for post-plant. So it really is something that you want to be farming up. It's an agent that has a lot of value on this map just in time of taking space, but also when you go onto that defensive side, having that denial of plant, and while they're already forcing Nats into some pretty awkward positions, although Martin has lost him. And we saw this early in the previous half. When you lose Nats, you lose your life. He's already taken 3 down. Sugetsu will at least find some sort of response, but with the spike down on B long, I'm not sure there's really going to be much more they can do in this one. Although I say that, the spike's been given up.
Yeah, it's left in the open here. There's not much they can do to recover. Even the Viper Wall not going to block off vision to enough of an extent to really give them anything to play off of. And now they've got to cross past at least 2 players holding the angle, depending on when they peak. 45 seconds, waiting for the flank. They'll get one. That's a bit of a mistake. Padazek going down. If they can recover this spike, I mean, the run back towards the A site, the plant, it's possible. It's feasible. He's got to be quick. He's got to be quick. Going a little slow on the way out, but that actually baits for a lead.
What is going on?
It gets them another pick, 1 by 1. These players are falling like a line of ants. The breadcrumbs have baited them out into the open. Camo close. Now this time they're set up together. This time it's a fight as a unit. What was that? Yassine, he's looking on going, I taught him that one. 3-0. And that was one hell of a fumble from Team Liquid.
Like it's always weird because in the moments like that, you want to sit there and like talk about how amazing the clutch was. Like Sugetsu, he lands the shots that are in front of him, but that's one of the worst like clutches I think I've ever watched in my life. Like Liquid just like overfaced to every angle. There were players caught without a gun in hand, one dashed into the face of another. It really just, I have felt like I'm watching some of the NA challenges.
Like, yeah.
Sure,
I agree with you.
Talking about this one soon.
You want to credit? Latest video making itself. That is one of those rounds where, like, I agree with you entirely. Like, you want to look at it and go, wow, well played by KC. They did create all the opportunities. They took it one at a time and allowed Team Liquid to fail. But what the hell were Team Liquid doing, man? And I think maybe coming off the confidence of the previous map, everybody wanting their hero moment, everyone seeing Nats run through the utility.
Spike down. Like,
yeah. I don't know, man. That is a upsetting round to witness, and I'm sorry for everyone at home who had to see that.
Flashbang.
Now we move on.
Yeah,
Rifles.
KC, that's huge. Like,
Yeah.
giving yourself a big bonus, giving yourself a big boost. You have that ultimate still online. Didn't even have to use it to pad the gap, and now walking into a site full of pistols. That 4-0 start is all but guaranteed. Only Nat stands in their way, and this time, well, there's nothing he can do about it. 4-0 up. And now we're looking to see what sort of response there is from Liquid.
It's a great day for the team, the day one Team Liquid haters out there, whoever they may be. A 4-0 start, and what should have been easily a bite back by Team Liquid, at least for that one round. This one is one they're very much going to want to win, and I think I like that there's not even a pause coming in from Liquid. I think as a coaching staff you'll sit back and go, if they don't know, like if they don't read into that and go, okay guys, we shouldn't probably over peak in those situations. If they don't know what went wrong, they shouldn't be playing here. Those are mistakes I don't expect we'll see again. I bloody hope we don't. Oh, but look at the read, man. This is the wrong read from Liquid. All it was a knife thrown over on yellow, and they 4-man rotated into position. Am I incorrect? This is a buy round for Liquid, and they're giving up all this control, just leaving one man with an operator, I believe, to hold it all. Camo, he's had a tough time in this series so far. This is not a round that he can go missing in.
Oh yeah, they really are all in. I think they've finally made the realization that, okay, can go back in the other direction. Having the knowledge of that Armageddon being online makes the difference, and they do have the Reckoning themselves. Now, the Reckoning versus the Viper's Pit is actually super high impact because it will reveal the person above the Viper's Pit. Nats is also going to throw his into play. Kiko's found one, but it is immediately traded. The problem now, though, is the spike isn't planted. So they now need to get into this site and plant, which is through Nats' Viper's Pit, unless they're going to try and bypass it and go into their own, which is the plan.
They're waiting for Nats to step out of that pit. They know that he loves 2 but 12 seconds. The pressure's on them to make the play. Sugetsu keeps on picking up kills. Plant almost secure, but the spam comes in just in time. Down to 5 seconds, and Aves strikes the final blow just in time. They were running out of any sort of space to plant that spike. Time ticking away, but that pick, it keeps the rounds flowing in favor of KC.
But yeah, the impressive thing as well is that that shot was so pixel perfect, because what Kiko does there is he goes, okay, there's 5 seconds left. I'm going to throw down a cove just to protect myself. And as the cove is about to bloom, that's when Aves hits the headshot. By all accounts, it looked like that round was going to go in the other direction with the counter Viper's Pit, the Reckoning to force them back, and even the spike with a matter of seconds left being dropped. But hey, Aves is able to close it. KC are now 5-0 in the lead, and sure, it was the attack side of Liquid that did well versus BBL, but I'll be honest, right now, KC are looking like a different beast, and more importantly, Sugetsu. And I'll say this kind of does go into the point I was making about his, like, quasi Sentinel role, because I would always put Viper in like the Sentinel with some smoker abilities rather than a smoker with some Sentinel abilities. The guy is 10-2, like he is blasting.
This is it's not the Icebox I expected, Tom. I mean, I expect KC to do well, but the way that we've gotten here is a little bit perplexing, a little bit
You still
of
feeling
madness.
good about your 3-0?
Oh, Tom, well, as I've always said, I was a day one Team Liquid hater, so this is, you know, I've militarized my pick, my predictions against them. I realized nothing was going my way.
Your brain, so there's the side that gives a prediction where you actually like think about it, and then there's the side that just flip-flops and goes like, ah, yes, now they're 5-0. There's no way they can win.
Well, Tom, I don't know what you're talking about. I think my points have been pretty consistent throughout this day in this tournament. Nats in with the double. Nice try there with the Sheriff. Good attempt, but so much more to be done with weaknesses across the board.
Yeah, they've got, yeah, Hunter's Fury. I don't mind it. Throw it in. That's Sugetsu down. He's been the hero of a lot of these rounds. And now Kiko steps up. Of all the rounds for Liquid to win, it's the one where they have no rifles and hit 4 Sheriff headshots. Why not?
That's a dangerous round, and like I've said from day one, this Team Liquid roster, just so much promise on it. You gotta love what you're seeing here. Players like Nats opening up that round. I like that Patatek decides to put through that Hunter's Fury. Like, it is a huge risk, but it works out, not only for the pick, but just disrupting the flow of those players and allowing for that drop out of heaven, allowing for Kiko to swing through orange and find those picks. 5-1. That's a way back in. A foot in the door. That spam is beautiful. You love to see it, Tom. Hey, chuck an Odin in there, and that might have been a pick.
Door Guardian.
Nah, I need the Odin.
Oh. Some early damage, but the ults are still leaning the way of KC. Didn't lose a player for that. Probably means that Aves will have to be a little bit more passive for these rounds, but they've been quite happy to wait. They know that they have a heavy amount of execution power, that no duelist gives them extra in terms of the utility. Serial sees an enemy Timmy, decides to get rid of it. The problem is he is completely isolated. The rest of the team have, again, made this sort of gamble stack in the direction of A, but it seems like they've got it spot on.
As the drone and shock darts go through, I think that's only further confirming. You can see the shocks from Liquid predicting and even trying to cancel out the drone. Stun on back is good. It's caught one. They don't know about the second player. They don't have a clue, and now they find out the hard way. Camo with the double. KO left on the floor. And that's on the wraparound. They've got KO back up. Sadik was back in the round for a second, but time is ticked far too far. Serial with a triple. And another round for Team Liquid. Good prediction on this one. Even like the second that utility goes out, they're firing some back in response. Team Liquid seemed to have a perfect read on what was going down.
Yeah, directly after the pause, 2 back-to-back rounds, although if we saw Lohan say, please headshot 4 people with a Sheriff, I think that he's more of a mystic rather than a coach, but I'll have to wait and see if they can string this together. The ultimate expended in the last in the form of the null command leaves us in a bit more of an even scenario. Bladestorm being put into this one by Cam, and it's the same again, this 4-1 setup. They've been doing it regularly throughout this map with obviously a deep control holding into middle, but it does leave a lot of space. That's an error. That's a big mistake from Serial.
Scatter.
TP used for
nice
the quick
fake.
rotate. Yeah, after that
Nice fake.
B tank Viper wall goes up and robbed them of any information. It looks clear to be a play there with the lockdown dragging everyone over, but now they've seen the rotations. Kiko sent through mid, and that's an early warning system. A-site's already been overrun, but that pick back in the other direction, it gives them a chance. It gives them a real chance until Kiko goes down. The reckoning in play, but Aves is nowhere near it as he picks up 4. The ult is back online already, and KC right back into this with a 6th round.
What a sick round from Aves. I love the sort of fake that they throw in. They get the opener on B. They then use the lockdown on that side of the map to sell the idea that that's where they're going, leaving just Patatek alone over on this A site. And he's been ripped a new one the second they get in. But from then onwards, it's the aggression of Aves. He may be expecting that the reckoning will be used, plays ahead of it, and manages to find Kiko. And from then onwards, well, just styling. 6-2. It definitely seems like they are incredibly comfortable on the attack side of this map, which has been shown in a lot of their previous results. Even in their victory here versus Liquid itself was an 8-2 attack side half in the second half. This time they've started there, and I'd say 8 rounds is looking fairly likely with how things have been going.
Lockdown responded now after the previous round, but in goes Aves. Armageddon in play, and the lockdown immediately destroyed. Nats, he's in the firing line. The Static picks him off. The push through the smoke from Serial punished immediately, and the shock dart onto Sugetsu equalizes things, but KC back into the lead. They've got themselves a 3v2, and no plan just yet. They're not shoehorned into this site as Elite picks up another. The pressure onto Static. Did he just jumping frenzy from up top? That's one hell of a way to get it on 20 HP.
To be honest, I don't think I see any players running the frenzy as a secondary at all. Like,
yeah, let alone the jumping frenzy.
The only one who's actually buying that gun additionally to what he has. But hey, fair play. I honestly thought he should have been dead about 6 times in that round. When Nats runs through and he's 1 health, still survived. I think he avoided the shock dart as well, still survived. And now 7 and 2 up. It seems like the success versus BBL is not being rewritten here. They are really struggling, and some of it now doesn't even necessarily seem like them being forced into awkward fights. That was just a straight 1v1 that Aves wins.
It's an important duel, but there's more players close by. In fact, and we've seen these heavier rotations from Team Liquid at times. Floating back into the B side. This time it is the right call, and maybe KC hoped that they'll leave someone behind, but that's not the case. Good snake bite, good peek on the back of it. Keek. Oh! He's picked up a triple! He's left them in the dirt, surely, as the plan's secured, but they can't get out. It's a wall bang from Patatek, the weaker weapon, the weakest weapon in play, the one to do all the damage, and a nice attempt with the flash from Sadik, but too many players there, and honestly, Patatek on the Sheriff, he's looking pretty.
They've won more rounds with pistols than they have with rifles so far. Like, it's not... The rounds that Liquid are winning are really not adding up, but I guess it at least gives them an opportunity when going into that second half. By the way, the thing I was mentioning is if Camo continues to have a poor performance, he is having a bad day. I think he finished with 8 kills in the entirety of the first map, which, by the way, they dominated. Now, 2 and 9 on the second map, where it is more important. This is not as strong a map for them, and last time out, I think he was like by far the best player in the server. Yeah, he finished 22 and 12 versus BBL, so without him having that same sort of performance, we are not seeing the same level of Liquid.
Looks like they've sensed out that B is the weakness. The Team Liquid have got a lot of information on A. A deep push up from Camo. It's sending the rotate around. It's sending Kiko. Player who put up that quick 3K spray to turn the tide of the previous. Nats is going. He's walking up. They expect it, but they still can't deal with it. His aggression in this series has gotten out of hand. For Team Liquid, it always seems to find them an element of success. Sugetsu and Martin, though, they've pulled this back into the realms of possibility, the reckoning. Whoops. It's caught Sugetsu. But there's no one there to follow it up. And now, fully committing, they've just left mid, Tom. Literally seconds ago, Patatek turned to put the dart down, and that's when we see KC start to move in this direction. It looks like he's turned just in time to catch them crossing. That information will be crucial, but the poison orb going up. Oh. Going down just in time. He saw them.
He saw them. That's at least the rotation. I'm actually surprised as well that Sugetsu's the one furthest behind. He has the Viper Spit. If they can get this into play, this becomes a much more winnable round. It seems like Plant going in. Shock Dart could actually do some serious damage, but it's not connected. It's not landed where they'd have liked. Kiko's done well, though. That's Martin dead to rights. But deep within the pit, look how far back Sugetsu is sat. He's basically just hoping that they can get decayed away. Abe's waiting for the right moment to try and play within it. And will eventually give them that further advantage. Only Kiko remains. Just clearing out this pit is going to be a nightmare of its own, but he's just hoping for a miracle shot, but there isn't one to be had. Time ticking. And I think now with no cove and no real opportunity, He's just going to have to try and fade away from this one. It's an 8th round off the back again of some Aves brilliance and, of course, a Viper's Pit.
Yeah, even a Cove there wouldn't have saved them. The salvo's online. Good timing by KC with the pace of that utility again. For those of you watching who are playing Tejo in ranked, even to this day, you'll be a little confused as to how they're constantly online, but this is the old patch. And this is Aves having that refreshing utility belt, and you see the impact that it has. You see why it's being nerfed going into the latest meta. And right now, 13-6, a lot of that has nothing to do with this kit. Aves has been playing a phenomenal game individually, and we spoke highly of maps like Haven where he's playing the Phoenix and even doubting like, well, what if it doesn't catch you off guard? We've seen how that works up against BBL. But a great game played by him here today and many others for KC. 8-3. A huge lead coming into the next half. And this map, as much as we may have had questions about it, as much as we may have looked at the comp for Team Liquid and said, well, that's got to be the difference maker. It hasn't made the difference here today. The Viper's Pit gone up on A. Big fake from KC. The plant is intended on B, and it's all down to Camo to hold the line. He's not got the best weapon for it, but he will catch them off guard. They don't expect him to still be here. Only the one, though.
Oh, look at the position as well of Kiko just waiting. He's patient in those moments. Elite needs to deal with him and will do just that. A re-aggression coming in onto middle, but he's already spotted it out. And just look at the positions of the remaining attackers. They've gone deep towards the spawn. I don't even think it's going to be spotted by the drone. They're looking to just clear out the remainder, but they have no clue that there are 2 snakes within the grass. In fact, one of them even wrapping back around through the kitchen. This is a crossfire that should be impossible to break apart, and Padatek believes he's caught the man behind, but there was a second layer. What an attack side half coming out of Carmine Corp, and you know what? Liquid have to match it and more, but after the break.
Welcome back to Icebox, map number 2 of this best of 5 qualification to the main event on the line here at the road to EWC, and Team Liquid 1-0 in maps, but 9 rounds for KC on the attacking side. Tom, it's looking like they might have this map locked in.
Yeah, and the manner in which they did them, I think some of the early rounds that they managed to clutch out, Liquid definitely looking a little bit throwy, and I think that Camo, well, the fact that he's had such a quiet performance and now has to be the catalyst. Similarly, though, the defense have gone for the same sort of 4-1. Elite left as that lone defender. As the push comes down from the rest of the team, they're already hard flanking behind. This is going to be an interesting position for Nats. And while similarly to the previous map with Serial, he has just peeked into the whole squad.
Yeah, he's seen them. Good amount of information, 3 players on the wrap, and he's holding that info as well. So the players on site, they know that, well, you're likely going to have the full brunt of this defensive side on the way. In fact, Perfect timing on the spam as well. Decent bit of damage done. Salvos through. Serial's got to run around the whole site just to avoid them. And that utility forcing them back somewhat, giving backside control. The wall almost works out for them. Now you see his defensive side wrap around, but they're not aware of Serial, who's able to blindside for a couple. Time ticking, and as they get towards the spike, another shot from up top. Nats has a low HP Sugetsu to deal with, but a wall in his way. The spam doesn't work to start with. It's slightly off, and as the wall falls, Sugetsu's aiming right back at him. Double digits for KC. That could have been the lifeline that Liquid needed here on Icebox, and instead, it's a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I don't think my pistol stat holds true anymore, but he is still doing numbers within them. That's another 3 to add to the collection. But at 18 and 8, to get to, again, like, he plays a quasi-sentinel, is by far the best player in the server. I'm just saying, but he's definitely playing well. 10 and 3. Oh, it seems like we are hightailing our way quickly into map number 3. That's sort of said it at the beginning of the day. This was a must-win map if there was going to be an opportunity for KC to fight in this series. And well, for Liquid, it's so dire that they've actually gone for a purchase here. They've gone hyper aggressive in their pacing, and they've invested into this round.
Oh, nice job by Elite. That's Camo dealt with already. The advantage swings towards the defensive side. Creep up by Nats. It might be the difference maker for them. They need picks. They need the element of surprise, and well, just the one to be found before he falls. Second player very much spotted inside and dealt with easily. Serial now up against 4. The Guardian in play. The orb already decaying him down, and as they swing through, he'll find the first, but how many more can be? Stop him! Unbelievably close! A 1v4, and it comes down to 21 HP. Serial, try as he might to pull Team Liquid, kicking and screaming to a 4th round. They go 11-3 down, and normally this wouldn't be the end of the world. You lose the pistol, you lose the follow-up. Hey, you got to plant in both. That's great, but they invested into that last, and this round is going to be a shaky economy for Team Liquid. This could be the end of Icebox.
That's a legitimately crazy. Like the fact that he only really loses that because it's the classic headshot that doesn't do as much damage as you'd expect. It's just unlucky. An incredibly nice try from Serial, but for now at least, they're gonna go again. If at first you don't succeed, try again until you've lost the map.
Sadek, he spotted them, but he's lost his life. Okay, good trades until Martin steps in. Not expecting 3 players in that early fight. Another one rotated into position now on this A site. You've got a 2-man stack up on the back. And for KC, this could be and should be the round where they hammer it home. 12-3. 9 in a row for Liquid if they lose this one. That's good timing. Paranoia out for Martin as Nat swings, catching them off guard. Numbers equalized. And no pressure to go just yet with 40 seconds on the clock and an idea of where Sugetsu is. Nats is swinging into him, but Sugetsu wins the fight anyways on a sliver of HP. Oh, KC just can't do anything wrong here. It's 12-3, 9 in a row for Liquid.
It feels like everything Sugetsu does is unlosable. Like, he was down to 4 HP and the regenerative 25 shield, a bullet to death. His position was predicted, even though someone had just been eliminated in that angle, and he still wins the fight. And well, as said, if at first you don't succeed, try, and now try again until you lose the map. And it seems like at this stage, you got to just keep the forcing going. No time to eco anymore. 12-3. Lotus up next, looking to be a different story. Or at least if you're a Liquid fan, you'd hope so, because this has felt like men against boys.
Yeah, it just feels like a mismatch here on Icebox. And I don't think it's down to comp. This is KC having a life game. It's comfort on this map as well, shining through. Patatek, he's found the opening. And the lockdown's going to get them a plan to post plan to work around. Hell, a couple rounds for Team Liquid here. Just to remember what it feels like to win. KC, they're not storming the site just yet, waiting for everybody to be present. And then here we go. Aves with the info. He's had a fantastic map. Ult was online constantly on that attacking side. The camo landing Sugetsu makes this a little more difficult. Viper wall goes down. That's when Aves strikes. Numbers, oh, they were even, and they still will be. And 5 HP is the thick margin by which Team Liquid win this round. Desperately close to going out 13-3. And now they've at least got a fourth locked in. And one of the things we talked about, Tom, coming into this was camo, was him needing to really stand up and step up his performance on what we saw in the previous map, that this is somewhere that relies on him having a good game. That just hasn't been the case.
No, he's been blasted. Definitely not been the first couple of maps for him, but luckily they still won the first one fairly convincingly, and they've still got some good maps to come. As said, if you're looking for a KC victory, this map was a necessity. And by the looks of it, it will be coming through. Of course, this round, unlikely. Paranoia put into the spawn, but Serial still good enough to at least land one. The problem, though, is that the B site has been completely lost, and the man disadvantage on a retake with weak weapons. Doesn't seem like a likely way to close the game. They might just have to wait to fight another day, but of course with what's in play, they're going to try and do a little bit of extra damage.
Why not, really? The shots don't land. Ult's online for Team Liquid as well coming into the next round. If they are to make this climb back, that will certainly help them, but you can't really just throw them all at one round either. Next being a full buy for the side of KC, but some of them might be needed. Because although Team Liquid can't afford to just dump the Reckoning in the pit, hit the Hunter's Fury and get a round off of that, KC can. They just need the one. They don't have to worry about the future. One away from a Viper's pit. Armageddon online. Lockdown in play. That's already going to deal with Sova's Hunter's Fury. And from that point, you know, you have to look at this and think, if there is a round to win, Sugetsu buying a Phantom here, this would be the one.
Get out of my way!
Oh. Blade Storm was available, but the 9-4 deny that. Back to that A site simulator once again. Martin playing that little bit more aggressively. Paranoia going to be used alongside the drone. He's looking for that opening pick, and while the re-swing from Camo ends with his demise. Ults being sent through in the form of counters, and well, the Patatek's just gone running into the blender. Maybe expecting there to be more space. Instead, they've now been forced back by the lockdown. In fact, one player's even been caught by it.
Yeah, it's Nats in the corner. Looks like they still want to take this to the A site. Maybe the assumption being that all those steps going back would be red as a rotate to B. But look at the Tejo drone going through, clearing all of B, back yellow and everything. They know that there's no players over there. Martin falling. Now you think, okay, maybe there's just one more A if we've gotten lucky. But they haven't. There's a high-low setup on backside. There's a rotate through already from Aves. 3 players here to work with. As the pit goes down, Serial's playing ahead of it. He's trying to get a... Oh, this is a disaster. He's just given the pit to Sugetsu. That kill has gotten the ult online. The Cove doesn't give them the safe space. Nats is fighting outside of the pit, and he's winning. He's winning them all until Sugetsu chimes up a 1v1. 13 seconds. That plant needs to be found, or the fight on the back of it. Sugetsu playing it patient. He knows he can retake this with a pit, but he doesn't need it. Right onto Kiko. And the defuse found to close this map 13-5. Team Liquid, they got a little bit of momentum in those last couple rounds, but this always felt inevitable.
Oh, what a game from Sugetsu. Sugetsu and Aves especially. They were pretty much running the show from beginning to end. I think Sugetsu had a triple kill in both pistol rounds. It really did just seem like everything that went right for Carmine Corp went right for Carmine Corp. And yeah, especially with some of those early mistakes, the Nats triple that ended in a 2v5 clutch, like that's not something you expect to see from the side of Team Liquid. And with Camo still yet to show up to the party heading into map number 3, maybe there are more opportunities than we thought for the side of Carmine Corp. Although I will say, my current prediction for maps is going swimmingly.
It absolutely is, Tom. Like we both said, 3-1. It just seems likely.
I don't think we both.
Can we run back the tape? No, we can't run back the tape, Tom. It's a shame. I mean, I was just agree to disagree on that front.
Live on Twitch, so you know.
Well, listen. I mean, we'll scrub the VOD. It's fine. We'll see. We'll see if we're both right at the end of the day, and it'll be 3-1. Or
I have a feeling, no matter what, you'll be right.
I feel that way too, Tom. Thank you. It's good to know that someone else has faith in me. It's my prediction game's been stepping up, but no, a 1-1. And KC, they work wonders here. That previous map, seeing Nats activated, and especially going into Icebox, I was terrified. But I think, again, sort of the detriment at the start of this series is a player like Camo, someone that we need to be delivering those high octane performances. He's been a little bit missing at times. And even going back to the previous map, I think that was pretty true. Like, he had high impact kills when he was there, when he was firing, but it wasn't firing on all cylinders for the whole map. And now we move on to Lotus, somewhere that I think, again, we'll look to see that step up in performance, because on the other side, when you look at KC, I think there's no shortage of individuals ready to light up that kill feed. For now, though, Tom, we're going to go to a break.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to get into our next map. Not our last map, as many people predicted a 3-0 here, Tom, but they were wrong, just like we predicted. Icebox going the way of KC, and I think coming into Lotus, my expectations are pretty high because that's one hell of a bounce back, and I think difficult sometimes to recover from being trounced like that.
Yeah, for sure. I think, like, obviously we have high expectations on Liquid coming into this series. Some people's slightly higher than others, which was surprising. But like, I think that ultimately KC with that map proved they are here to fight. Now, it was the one that was most in their favor going into the series, but like considering how dominant that was and how well we saw Sugetsu perform in particular, like we now have had that sort of like, I guess, trifecta of this squad where the expectation is, okay, like if Sugetsu's playing well, if Aves is playing well, if Martine's playing well, you have a good opportunity. The thing that's a bit more surprising to me is what's going on the other side, which is that currently, as of right now, in the first two maps, Sadak has more kills than Camo, which that's not something you really want to be seeing if you are a Liquid fan, because he's just not really been on the board so far, and especially on Icebox, it was pivotal. I think on this map, I don't want to say less so, but I think maybe there's a little bit more wiggle room. And I think the waylay is very solid, but I think the focal point comes down more to that double sentinel composition. I think that you kind of know what you're going to get from the waylay. I think his entrying and his space taking is integral, but even in the last game where they played versus BBL, he wasn't like a fragging machine. It was the space that was important. So even if he's not hitting his shots, that's fine. The thing that was really cool about this comp was they had him flying in and then Kiko would TP in behind him and was picking up a lot of the kills. So it has more of a resemblance to how they were actually playing Split, even though Kiko's not on a raise.
Now, Tom, I came in today, and we both did, thinking that Team Liquid, they'll take this series. And, you know, Icebox obviously was a contention point, but for the most part, it was pretty clear who the favorites were. And you know me, I'm not one to change my tune. But if Camo can't find his form here on Waylay, I think we're in a very much in the danger zone. I might have to get my aviators out, because this is, it's not what we want to see. The first two maps, it's been shaky. On a Waylay, especially here on Lotus, for some of that aggressive robo control, this has to be somewhere that he finds his form.
Yeah, I think obviously the good thing is that a best of 5 is far more forgiving. You can have a bad first two maps, especially if you come out with a win in one of them, and it's not the end of the series. So I'm not too worried. Like I said after the first map, I think there'll be a step up. There wasn't. I'm going to say it again after the second map. I don't think that we're going to see a full best of 5 where Camo doesn't show up. But as said, going into this map, I think you get the Nat Cypher out. I think you get the Deadlock for Serial, which, excluding the ult, is probably his best utility set. I think he's fantastic with how he actually has his setup. You get Padatek on the Teo, which I also think is a very, very strong agent for him. So, yeah, I'm not too worried for Liquid just yet. It's early days in the best of 5.
Well, let's see how the pistol round pans out. As already there's going to be some aggression coming through B. Players sent back by the drone, almost catching one off guard. As Team Liquid here on the attack, being blinded, the paranoia instantly into Hobbit. They give up control of main in case you want to fight for that broken door, but their chances like broken and shattered on the floor. Team Liquid, another pick for Kiko. As we see Sadak, well, you said He's been doing a little bit better than Camo in the series so far. This
by 1 kill.
This would be one hell of a step up for him to dominate those stats.
Yeah. Well, he's got a 0.5 KD, so I'm not going to be gambling too much on that one. And yeah, this is going to be Kiko to take him down. I will say he's got one more, or had one more kill than Camo. He does have 4 more deaths. So yeah, and now they're actually, there you go, they're even on kills. So that stat has gone out the window immediately. But yeah, good start for Liquid. I think the pistol rounds for them has either been they win the pistol or Sugetsu wins the pistol. Though that's the 50-50 coin toss we've had so far. Sugetsu only got 1 kill, so there you go. It's not quite gone their way. But the thing is, we've already seen them battle a lot in that sort of mid-round. I think especially the first half of Split, they were definitely in the game. So I don't think it's the be-all and end-all, but I want to see how KC respond when it comes to their buy round. For now, we're back to this stack up. We'll see if Serial's the one to walk into it again.
Well, I mean, I would doubt it, just because last time you have that B site play, it's a long range angle you're peeking into. You got a pretty deep angle inside main to peek. You don't really want to be pushing B site against an eco. And Team Liquid have made the right call in walking around C, taking all this space. Cam just spotted them, but Nats has flown under the radar. It's not like it's the first time we've said that. He only finds a bit of damage, but sees them rotating back in, and most importantly, seizes all of that space for the plant now to be found. You also have the deadlock wall put towards Waterfall. That's going to completely cut off this angle, and trying to break that with pistols is incredibly difficult, especially when there's a good chance someone swings and takes you down while you're in the middle of your business. So I like the idea to just wrap around. This is going to be a slower approach.
It's whether or not they're actually planning on going anything here or just running into the spike. I do wonder if that's the play instead. I love the net light up across map just to see if he can catch anyone within it. It's not going to be the case, and yeah, I think at this stage it is just going to be that run towards the spike. This is a chance for Camo to farm though. For him, that's worth it. Getting those extra couple of orbs. I think Panatek also only had himself, and then kill he's taken out Sugetsu with the nade.
Not ideal. With a 2-0
on purpose. What do you mean? He's done it on purpose.
No.
They're going down to the spike.
Not ideal at all. 2-0 start for the side of Team Liquid, and look, it's a solid beginning. This is really the big challenge. We're going to see that A site, deep aggression towards Rubble. Nothing really waiting on the other side. I'm waiting to see if some of the Team Liquid players start to move towards that barrier. If maybe there's going to be, a fight back against that nade and reveal and nade and seize, as we're often going to see. And there isn't. They're going to concede the space and instead look to try to cross over on B. That didn't work out. Serial's head's been ripped clean off.
That was so unlucky. All he did was shoot the orb, or shoot the util, sorry, and then just gets wrecked because of it. Just spammed through smoke. Unfortunate start, and another coming through with camo. Aves has found Nats. This is looking like an absolute whitewash in the first buy round. And well, is there any damage to be had? Not looking like it. A flawless first defensive round for the side of KC. That's how you kick off the half.
Absolutely. Not a blip on the radar there. Even Serial trying to get past that smoke to start us out, and then head first into a meat grinder to close it for KC. You know, you have to remember they're coming off the back of a very dominant first map. This time around, I'm looking at A, and I don't think this is really a fight for it either. You're going to see this a lot from Camo, where he's going to be TPing across or jumping across as opposed with his dash, but the refract should be activated first. He goes in for it, tries to spot them, and to be honest, that refract could be a little bit further back, just because the nade can sometimes still catch you when you come out of it. But in the end, he makes it out scot-free and spots that they are pushing up. The response, take that B control, open door, start to apply pressure there, and hopefully send them running into Camo later. But especially with it being Yoru that's on this site, he'll wait for gate crash to fade, over on Rubble, I mean. Wait for gate crash to fade, put another one out, and just sit here for so painfully long. And when they come to clear it out, they should still have to have at least a bit of a battle, or by the looks of it, with knife out, it's just spotting. It's just getting the information.
Well, Sadak spotted.
Here.
Looking like a full A retake setup, although saying that, Martin, a little bit of a cheeky peek through the smoke, and while two players have gone down elsewhere, it looked like the A site would be theirs for the taking, but now the decisions from Liquid are going to be a tough one. Planting, you've got the full force of KC surrounding you, and while Camo's trying to find some semblance of hope, but well, realistically up against the firing squad, there was no chance. A magnificent round from Carmine Core, but I'll be honest, I thought this would at least be a plant in like a 5v5, but they were so quick to find the picks.
Yeah, it's a near flawless round for KC again, back to back. What in 2 rounds, losing 1 player? This economy is going to go sky high for the defenders, and Team Liquid have next to nothing to deal with it. Again, you looked at that early round. I was talking, early half, the third round. I'm thinking, okay, are they going to fight Rubble? What are they going to do to deny that control? The answer is nothing. Second time, spotted out, go back in late. But the fact that Yoru is able to just get out for free every time, it puts you in a very tough spot where they're always going to have that info ahead of you, and punishing the player there, it's not easy at all. They look instead to take it to a different direction, going up and over in case there's any traps there. But look how quickly there's a response towards Hobbit. They're kept back for a moment by the salvos, but then they'll immediately flood in. The flash is good. The spray is better. Team Liquid are winning the fights up close, though. It's left onto Elite. A big performance needed, and it's Camo, the man that's had a tougher series, to find a triple kill with a stinger.
Yeah, insane round from him. Talk about the importance of his agent in taking space, but this was all about taking names. Like, just gets into that backside. And the thing is, I feel like the rest of Liquid kind of got caught around their own utility. Like, the wall trapped Padatek in a horrific position, gets taken out, but then because they're so focused on everybody that's trapped in on the deadlock barrier, it just gave so much space for Camo to fry. And well, he did exactly what's needed of him, clearly feeling confident. I think he's almost matched his performance from at least map 1, maybe map 2 as well. The combination, he needs to get 15 kills, and he's already up to 7.
And this is an impressive return of that previous round. Camo opening this one up too. This is what you want to see. The man who's been missing now has found form, and Team Liquid storm this A site. It's Martin alone, finding a few. Oh my! It's right back into a competitive round. This looked like Team Liquid had him dead to rights. He was trapped, caught in a corner with no way out, and he fought his way through.
That round's still not over yet, though. 35 seconds left for Liquid to play with. I like the reposition
30
that's
seconds
already
left.
come through from Sugetsu.
I have dropped the spike.
If danger is called from his teammate, he can TP to the other side of the map. And, well, already he's going to be in the right place at the right time, although the steps were heard by Kiko. Maybe didn't need to run there, was desperate to try and deny the
10
plant,
seconds
but
left.
instead might have just gift wrap this round over to Liquid, as well the remaining player of Elite is so desperately far away.
Cage trigger.
Got a chance. Isolating both of these players won't be easy.
The trip's so
has a
annoying.
trip in his way. Yeah, he could try to jump up and over, but he's been spotted now. They're just lined up for the fight. Does damn well. Lights Kiko up, but Kiko delivers a shot back to his head. Team Liquid with another round. Great attempt by Martin there, though. He almost pulled that back into their favor with that big 3K.
I think he has to have some of the best crosshair placement of anybody in EMEA. Like, because the thing is with some of the best players, you'll talk about flashy flicks, and don't get me wrong, he has that in his locker as well, but those kills looked so easy because his crosshair placement on every single player was perfect. Like, he didn't need to shift massively. He predicted where they were going to go. Wonderful stuff individually. Unfortunately, he's not the only duelist currently frying in the server. Camo has done excellently with the openers, and over the last few rounds, Liquid have really started to run away with things. The 2 back-to-back from KC made this one look close, but Oh, it's not looking close for long. Nats has finally been dealt with, but just look at the space that's been given on the other side. Naves has to fall back. So does Sadak. He's been completely caught. Okay, the annihilation goes amiss. Not said that before. But Kiko is there to deal the death blow off it anyway.
To be honest, Serial, he rolled a 20 by just not going down after popping the ultimate. I think that's enough to call it a success with how things have gone in the past. And Lead is still left on the other side of the map, saving this weapon. A 5th round locked in and very much a return to form for Team Liquid. Even in the previous round, the only thing that was really a hiccup for them was Martin, and he did good work keeping that economy somewhat modest. I think that's an important factor, just not allowing them to... I mean, if it had been 5 players alive and then 4 here, we again encounter that problem where Team Liquid just have more credits than they know what to do with. But that said, it is still going to be a very strong position economically to play from. At least on one side of the boat. On the other, it's bumpy waters, stormy skies ahead. As you just look at that, light shields for the majority. I don't know where utility's going to be at for them, but I think there might even be pieces missing. Goodness gracious.
Oh. Dirty boy.
Don't make that noise. Don't make that noise.
Camo's brought up the Outlaw. That's the main worry as well. You talk about those light shield. Wow.
Yeah, don't you worry.
Okay, he got out of there. It's fine. And actually, a player was caught trying to retreat. Oh, Sadak almost goes down as well, but they've got the opener they needed. I think you can pretty much put down every single opener on this attack side so far has either gone to Nats or Camo. Like, both of them have been frying in opening picks. Nice work at least, but look at the response.
Yeah, it's just a great round for the Outlaw. Like you said, once you're up against those light shields, it's easy pickings. Paranoia through. And even though you might have Camo blinded, he is easily able to just jump around, make it difficult to hit him. And have his teammates clean up house. 4v2. Ult even put through. A decent bit of respect being shown here, and it's because Martin's still alive. He's made it difficult before. It was a 3K that he found then, and he needs to do it once more. A decoy inching its way forward. They see it, they shoot it, but it's not the real one. He's on the wraparound, up and into heaven. Ult and flash online. But look at this, though. They've just tapped it. They're showing so much respect in this 2 versus 1. And eventually, they'll occupy... No, they're not even planting. I thought they're sitting in the smoke to get the plant. They baited again. Waiting for this push. Knowing that it's coming. Flash around the right, and the spray is good. But the second player ready to trade, and that's jumping at him. Just to give that little bit of extra time for Kiko to follow up. It could have been a clean round. It could have been an even further economy builder for this squad. But it doesn't matter. A win's a win at this point as we're getting towards the end of the half, and it's 6-2 up for Liquid. That's a timeout for KC.
You're already seeing the difference when Camo's playing well. Like I mentioned that him and Kiko are sort of the deadly duo of the C side, but if both of them are frying, it does feel like there's not a whole lot that can be done by the KC side. Those two inform a terrifying prospect. Martin's been given a damn good try at it, though. 9 and 6 at the moment on the board, and unfortunately a lot of those kills are maybe creating scenarios where they should win rounds, but they're not being able to get them over the line. Kiko also not really dying, so you've got him with 8,400 credits, which I will say, the fact that at least right now it doesn't look like he's dropped a gun to one of the teammates who's bought is it's a little bit annoying, like in terms of economy management. We'll see if they maybe realize that in the minute-long pause. But for now, at least, they are in a very good spot in terms of their economy. I've just heard a drop requested. I heard the voice line.
He does indeed. Well, 6-2. Timeout for KC, and let's see what that amounts to. A deep push, but 3 players spotted. That's immediate information, and the B side execute is only going faster now.
No escape.
Net up top, no one spotted. The only danger here is that Hobbit play, that push through. But the Prowler's giving it away. And all the noise breaking the door as well. Salvos to buy that little bit of extra time. And the wrap through spawn, the door opening. I mean, Nats is holding this all down. He's got his trap, he's got his outlaw, but he's just been destroyed. And now quickly they'll be closing in on that B main angle.
Yeah, they can also get a gun from that. That's huge. Almost managing to pick off Paddy as well. This is going incredibly well for KC up until Kiko. That gives them a bit of an opportunity, but Aves is there. A big round coming out from him individually. That will get ever closer to the showstopper. And what I was going to say is normally, once Liquid get into a site and you have that post plant of the double senti, it's very difficult to break back in. But I'll be honest, they actually made that look a lot easier than I expected they would.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, going into that, I think the fact that you've got 3 players pushing C and 2A after the pause call, it's a great adaptation. What are we seeing from Liquid towards Rubble early on? Nothing really. So you don't need to still have that massive commitment of utility and that big util dump when ultimately it's just most one guy crossing and just refracting back. And then the C side has been a little weaker. It was only Nats there. He's pushed back, so they lose info. They have to respond by pushing into the B side. Really good push and pull of the round, but now there's an adaptation from Liquid. They're waiting outside of C this time. They're ready for the fight. Camo's got Refract online. He's dashing through. He's seeing them. Salvos are sending the back, and now C main fully claimed. But over on A, they might have an option to go back. Nats is acutely aware that Martin could be in that corner. Seems like he suspects that he will be. And he's just waiting for Martin to take a peek, to have a little look in that direction. Oh, but he goes forward a little too early.
Yeah, Martin's still hitting an important opener at that. We saw this quite a lot in the matches yesterday, especially with Liquid holding on to a lead. Definitely didn't seem an easy task versus BBL. Sugetsu trapped in a net, and well, that will give the opportunity for Camo, but the rest of the team have been falling in the meantime. Kiko does well, but they've still got to clear that backside, and walking into the hands of Aves once again. He has been having a game today so far, really in form, and well, there's just not even any time for Patatek to get this job done at this stage. It would need to be immediate shots connected, and well, you miss a bullet or two versus Martin, and you normally don't live to tell the tale.
Yeah, as has been the case here. 11-7. He has been lights out. Timeout started by Lohan. Team Liquid are going to take a pause. 2 rounds from the end of the half. 8-4 still possible for this squad. Showstopper there on KC to open up this round or to respond. And Team Liquid will have to be quite cautious of that. They haven't got any of their high impact ultimates themselves. They've got players like Serial who's been there in a lot of rounds. Look at Icebox. Especially in the early stages, he was very heavily involved. Well, he's been picked off pretty consistently. Coming into this, he's 1-7. And for KC, it seems like everything's going right. With 2 rounds in a row now, it's time for Liquid to put a stop to this. And I do wonder if at some point we will see that heavier dedication towards Rubble now that KC have eased up on that. They're sending just the Yoru either to play behind Rubble when they have the util dump or without it, much more passive in the box. It feels like the early space take there could be valuable. And honestly, in the previous round, if Nats wins that fight, it's a completely different game that they're looking at.
Oh. Historically, these attack side starts, especially when you look back to their previous victory versus KC, they ended up with 9 on the attack, but let's not pretend like the double sentinel isn't going to work for Liquid on the defense. It's more so by how much they actually managed to come out of this half. They've already managed to even. This is not a fight I expected to see. 2 HP for Aves. And while Camo has been picked out of the sky, Serial does well, but I don't know if there's going to be too much more from this one. Elite there to pick up the pieces. As KC make their way to 5 from a pretty damning scoreline at 6-2. A have found their footing after a pause. I don't know what was said by Eng, but clearly it's made the difference.
Yeah, evidently. The adjustments have been working. 5th round found, 3 in a row, and there seems to be no slowing. Now Team Liquid are looking for that hyper-aggressive start. Look at them sitting outside the barrier, ready to TP across, ready to take the dash, and the refract after when the util dump inevitably comes in. But look how many players from KC are waiting for them. A welcoming party that, well, sends Kiko to the Shadow Realm. He's out of the half already. The last round playing out with great success as Aves picks up the triple. He has been sensational so far. Nats a little quieter than what we saw on that previous map. He's not pushing through the utility and taking the 1v1s with extreme success, but this is his chance. Both players split up and both players passive. They're looking to regroup potentially towards this B site, hold passive information, and potentially just allow the plant.
Yeah, that's the info.
Spike planted.
A fairly open plant for Nats to play with, allows plenty of positions to be had, and is looking for an isolated battle, but there isn't going to be one gifted. Both players looking to play this together, both players in the corner, and well, it's no surprise that Nats does not see that one coming. It's a fantastic response after what was a 6-2 start to the half for Liquid. KC bounced back, and what that means is it is all to play for after the break.
Switching sides.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me
Welcome back, folks. 6-6. This was looking like Liquid had returned to form, Tom, but well, KC, they found their footing. 6-6 after a pause from KC got them a streak of rounds, and now it's the defense that's going to be put to the test for Team Liquid. I have to say, I'm impressed by what KC were able to bring to bear here, because they were looking like they'd be down and out of this map right here. And after an impressive previous map, that's not what we wanted to see. Aves has been a big factor of that. And with a double opening here, it looks like the same is going to carry through into half number 2.
Yeah, Aves has been a beast. Like, it was one of the win factors coming in. As I said, that his statistics on this agent are better than any other. Although that might have taken a bit of a hit in map number 1 of this series. But ultimately, he's been great. Like, really putting up numbers, winning fights that seem like they are favored to the side of Liquid. And you take the pistol out of Liquid's hands, they are in a deficit on a map which they felt comfortable enough to choose as the third within the series. And after the blitzing start that we saw from Camo and Kiko, which, as I said, most of the time, that's enough of a win factor.
Here.
Well, here we go.
30
The push to the
seconds
A site, and you can look at the map and see that Liquid were gambling on anywhere else but A. With a 4 versus 3, and the players retaking being 2 sentinels, you're going to have some trouble. Patatek salvos could play a big role, either blocking off angles, making it easier to peek, or taking someone down if he gets lucky. And already you're going to see that net thrown through. An attempt to shut them down, but it doesn't land. Salvos find nothing, and Aves, he's on for the ace. They're going to let him have it as well. Good, fair play to them, letting Aves run it down. You see everyone else pump the brakes. It's yours, brother. He's had a hell of a game, and an ace to kick off the pistol in half number 2. He's 19-8 at the moment. Unbelievable.
It's not quite a homecoming. But Egypt and Riyadh are definitely not too far apart. They're neighboring almost. If you look at a world map, might be a chance for him to take a little bit of a trip home before he goes if they can make this journey happen. I'm sure one of the few players from MENA who has an opportunity to make it to that EWC tournament coming up later in the year. I'm sure it'll be a big deal to Aves more than most, but I'll have to wait and see. If he keeps up this level of form, it might just be a reality.
Easy to doubt this squad coming into this matchup, but they are putting those doubts to bed. The last map was dominant. This one, it didn't start out this way. But looking at the last 8 or 9 rounds, they have definitely felt on the side of KC like they are the better team. The attack finds an easy push to the C side here. I mean, there's next to nothing that Liquid can do. Good C's. The mesh working out, the net catching, but no salvos to follow up this time. They're a little late.
Oh, okay. They've definitely made this one interesting. A 4 versus 3. Time has been ticking, and obviously Elite's still there with a rifle. They're looking to try and jump across. His teammates have all fallen, and they are just sticking this defusal. He needs to get in there! It's right under his nose! What? Oh, there is no way that is how the round is stolen. That is got to be infuriating for Carmine Core.
Oh, that is a heartbreak and a half. 7-7. The pistol round ace for Aves, and then losing out the round to a play like that. Morale got to be in the bin at this point. Well, still, we'll see the attack come in with a rifle. It's Aves trusted with that task of taking down so many, and Patatek quickly responds with the outlaw from Hobbit. They'll want that weapon back. In fact, I think they might have it already. And it goes to another hero.
Yeah, it's now back in Elite's hands. So Elite was the one who dropped it over to Aves in the first place. It's an opener and then delivered straight back. The thing is, though, the man they've taken down, Serial, has not been having the best of games. It's probably someone else you would have wanted to drop. Patatek in position. This drone might see an awful lot on the way in, and he delayed it. He was hoping to try and get someone revealed, which I guess he does technically get. The tag ups of some of these players, though, it puts the advantage so firmly in Liquid's favor. The only thing on the side of KC is the time.
Oh, Kiko. Well, that has put anything out of their favor at 3K right off rip. And Team Liquid back in winning ways. 2 rounds in a row. The lead back in their favor. And they have to feel like they have just stolen this out from underneath KC, as they very much did with the defuse in the previous round. Still, that was just one rifle. Found the opening pick. Aves continues to frag. Aves finds the pick and gets traded. That's Showstopper online. 20-10 right now, but Kiko, well, he is matching that performance pound for pound on the other side. And also a half where we expect to see Serial a little more comfortable as they now start to push into his setups. A lot of the time, most of his value is coming from throwing that net out, trying to seize them in, I mean, we saw Martin go down in the round that they lost because I believe he was either hit by it or forced out of position. That was a dangerous dash, and Kiko's the one to find the kill. Now he's matching that performance a little better. 20 for 11 for Aves, 20 to 9 for Kiko.
It feels like a Messi versus Ronaldo sort of matchup. It's like, at the moment, those two greats are going head to head, and everybody else is just trying to make their mark on the story. Try to be remembered for something.
Cover going out.
I'll have to see if there is more than just the Avis show, because that's the thing. Like, you go back to the first half where Liquid were winning, a lot of it was still camo, and sure, he's gone a bit quiet since then, but in the streak of rounds we saw from KC, it was Aves. Like, a lot of it was Aves. He has far and away been the best player. Okay, some of the early rounds we saw impact kills from Martin, but a lot of those didn't get round victories. We need a little bit more from him here, which it almost feels unfair to ask, but I said at the beginning of the day, if they're going to win this series, we need a god tier Martin.
Oh, here we go.
Great ruse.
That ruse has worked. The B site's open for business, and the plant is undeniable. But a disadvantage for the attacking side. They'll very much want to make up for this with a little bit of aggression. Holding deep into waterfall, but patted to heck. He goes into what was a trap, but a double kill. And a flood in. I mean, 5 players coming from the same angles, essentially flooding indeed, and overrunning this site of free defuse. So I don't think they can even get close to denying this. Saving the weapons is the call for KC.
Yeah, it would have just basically been handing those guns over or just throwing them on the floor. So I understand that sort of passiveness. A step up from Padatek as well. That's the other thing for Liquid is, like, yeah, you've had some silenced players. Like, Nats is not having the best. Padatek was pretty poor up until the last couple of rounds, and Serial, well, it's almost been non-existent, but it almost feels like Kiko has bought them the time to get back in. That round was Padatek's. And while Eng's previous pause started a 5, what should have been a 6-round streak, let's see if he can do the same here. A 5-round streak will at least take them to overtime. But I don't know if it's going to be as easy. With the momentum completely broken, like an ace going into a ninja defuse is a heartbreaking round. Now you have to find that little bit deeper within your playbook. And the thing is, they're up against a very difficult comp. Like, the way that Liquid controls A, like, you can, like, we saw it in the previous half, that you can have the seize nade and paranoia. It's tough to get through, but you can get through it. Getting through the potential of that slow-mo from Waylay, the net, maybe the wall, and then salvos, which is already over on Rubble, that's nigh on impossible. Like, that is basically just asking to be killed. So that control is terrifying. And then if they want to, they can throw a paranoia into that mix as well.
A lot of tools at their disposal. You can see that KC have given up any hope of taking Rubble. Instead, leaving Elite behind to just try to catch them off. It will be the standard Omen up top, and Elite's actually pressuring it. He was pushing in for a moment. He's given up on that. And immediately saw 2 players with 2 on A, and presence being shown by KC on that C side. They even went to look for the B walk-up. This whole first 50 seconds seems to just be about finding aggression from Team Liquid, gaining orbs, and keeping map control. And as they break that wall, the barrier mesh, look over on the A side. Prowler put through, clearing out Rubble, trying to make sure that that control isn't given away to Liquid for free. They hope that will keep players in position, maybe cause a rotate on C, but that's not the case. If anything, Liquid are on the way to C. They've already started the rotation, but they're passive enough that that showstopper, although it clears space, won't be finding any picks.
Fired in towards the spawn. Aves has Martin alongside him. This 1-2 punch of the double duel is paranoia is great. Martin, he actually gets out. I think it's a counter piece of util that helps him out massively. Nightfall being expended. Re-aggression coming in elsewhere. Somehow, yeah, Martin does go down. And Sugetsu is immediately there with the trade. Those ultimates have already been expended by either side, so it just comes down to those raw firefights, and that's where the time starts to tick faster and faster in the favor of KC, but the kills start to go the other way. Sanak just hasn't connected his shots. That looked like a freebie kill, but that time is ticking. What?
You can't.
I don't even think he saw the second guy, but he'll take it all day long. Even survives at the end.
He did as well, yeah. Just down to the final millisecond on that one. And also, yeah, you're damn right. It was Kiko that he was looking for. He swings wide to catch him with the headshot after baiting a little bit and realizing he has no time. He has to be sticking it. And if he can just kill him, that's the round done. Thing is, Patatek realized that too. He knew if I stay a little more shallow, because hell, Kiko's right out there in the corner, this is done. He's going to kill Kiko and the round's going to be over, so he jumps down. And that timing couldn't have worked out better. The double spray down. And the body block from Patatek not quite working. His meat mech not going to absorb as many bullets as he hoped it would.
Yeah, I never want to hear that combination of words ever again. Nats has started off well. Under pressure, but well, this man thrives in those moments. Martin, maybe next time you'll pick a different target, because that's not going to work on Nats. 3-5 in this round at least, and after a close clutch with Sanak surviving by the skin of his teeth, I don't know if their economy is going to survive this if they lose this round. Don't you dare try and peek with that name.
God, I really thought he was going to swing with the net in hand.
That's something I would do.
Spike is going alone here. Sugetsu's taking a big risk, man, and he's down. 30 seconds, and they've got that spike. They can just swing in and keep that control. That's exactly what Nats does. He goes down eventually to Aves, but 4 players more must fall. 20 seconds, and a big rotation to the C site. He has to open the door here just to throw doubt in their mind if he's going to go for it. But with 15 seconds left, he's not. He's bailing out. The round will go to Team Liquid.
10 seconds left.
Double digits will be found, and one step closer to victory as the home stretch is approached.
Big round from Nats. Aves will at least keep his statistic of the only ace so far alive by killing Nats at the end of the round. But I think that, like, obviously what you see from Martin is something that a lot of duelists will do, where you're trying to utilize that ultimate to get you into position. I just think the timing of it was a little bit off. Like, you had a player going into the site and then him activating afterwards, so it gave enough time for Nats. And we've mentioned it many times throughout this series. You don't want to, when you kill Nats, you want to make sure there's no chance. Like, you give him a little bit and he'll probably still surprise you. And I think Martin was definitely surprised. This is the sort of early round setup. They've actually put those salvos a little bit deeper, and because of that, Aves did make the cross.
Oh, that's nice. Prowler bait. Beautifully handled. KC, okay, 5v2. I'm not quite sure how the other fights went down, but let's just say this round has fallen apart quite quickly, considering the weaknesses in play. I mean, you saw it. Most of those picks coming in were Sheriffs. So now you're left with 2 players just spread across the map. No real control to play off of.
Yeah, I think, well, it was 2 of them from Aves swinging, I believe, the same spot. You can see the 2 X's on the map, so it's another round that I think, obviously the bait was fantastic, but it takes this man landing the shots, so you can understand why they're giving him that hero rifle. it's because he's been impeccable so far. Camo still looking to try and come in from behind, but there's already a Cam
30 seconds
watching.
Last player standing.
There's not even going to be an opportunity for Nats. He's been immediately obliterated. Was talking about the potential economy of this KC side. Well, it was shattered. It was battered and bruised, but it turns out all you need is to give Aves a rifle, and that can be enough.
Yeah, you can see why previously Elite was so keen to ruin his own economy, to give that opportunity over to Aves. Not only is every pick that he finds building up an orb towards the showstopper, but he's 24 and 12. And I don't remember showstopper picks. If he has any, it's probably just one. This has been a treat to watch him deliver this kind of performance, especially after that game against BBL, where I feel like every map we were like, oh, well, you know, any moment now Aves is just going to find his form, and he never really did. Swapping to the Phoenix, it was the same thing, but now he's had that little bit more freedom. Serial, on the other hand, a player that hasn't found his form so far. And that pick gives all the information to KC. With the neural theft, Cypher's ultimate being used, they can see that Nats is isolated here, looking to take him down. He tries to swing deep into the player, caught by the cage, but Aves is ahead of him. And a free pick now with a 5 versus 3. KC, they are making this a hell of a competitive map.
Aves, more importantly, is making a real name for himself here. Mentioned the storyline of this Egyptian player making it to event in a country literally next door, where it seems like he is trying with all his might to get there. I believe that's his 26th kill so far in this match. And well, you can almost see why Liquid are hiding in terror from the man that has been ripping them a new one. Bear in mind, the next map in the series is also Haven, one where if he's frying, maybe we see the best of this squad. The one man matching him at the moment, or at least trying to keep up in the foot race. Kiko is going to be the one to put him down, but of course from our team, this is just about removing those guns. Stop this Liquid side from having a solid buy, and honestly for Aves, going down does grant him the showstopper. We haven't really felt like I've seen it too much thus far. Well, he's got another opportunity here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been building them up consistently with all of these opening picks, and Team Liquid not liking what they're seeing. I believe that's Lohan's second timeout pulled into play, his last one of the map. And it's at neck and neck on double digits, one map each, 10 rounds each. Not only the turning point of this map, as it may well be. The problem is, for Liquid, just look at the credits, man. They're going to invest into this one. They're still going to be missing something. They've got 4 rifles, light shields, and not enough money to buy Nats a rifle. And then you look at KC. What happens if they lose this round? They full buy. What happens if they lose the next round at 12-10? They full buy. This is not an easy route back in for Team Liquid, despite the scoreline being even. KC are coming up ahead when it comes to that economy game. They're coming up ahead when it comes to the old game. And this is a very worrying scenario for Liquid, because again, I'm saying, what happens if KC lose? Will they buy for the next 2? What happens if Liquid lose? They go 12-10, and KC can start doing some crazy stuff, start pulling out operators if they want, even just for the early picks with rifles to swap over to. This can be a very complex end of the game. KC set up for victory right now.
Yeah, and you also have to bear in mind that Liquid won the first pistol, and then although they lost the second, they won the second round, which if anything is better. So they've had a boost in both halves and are still sat 10-10. The resurgence, the comebacks, and while Aves, there is that showstopper, and it has dealt at least one, but it's instead Martin to get one. They're not going to be able to free him from demise. He might have got out of the cocoon, but the death blow was still dealt. The problem, though, is, well, Serial in response has taken more than half his health. I'm not even sure what the plan is here. Again, it feels like a necessity to save. A double Sentinel retake, and Nats is like miles behind. Also only having a pistol. That just felt disjointed. Almost too easy for them to close out that round. Of course, for Liquid, I think the main buy will be coming up in this next one, or I can only assume it will be, with Nats having a ghost. But they need to dig deep and find something here, because they actually used that annihilation in this round. Meaning that, okay, some ults are close, but yeah, that ult economy still feels like it's leading the way of KC.
Oh, this is devastating, Tom. That round in particular, like you said, it felt too easy. It really did. This series seemingly set up for Team Liquid's success. The international event, another one to add to the books. Their air miles would have been out of control. They'd be getting all the peanuts, the bells and whistles on the flights practically for free. But now they might be limited to a silver tier. They might not even get priority boarding. There'll still be more maps to play for, but this one here, one that felt like it was Liquid's, one that they chose, one that KC have a commanding score over now. One round in the difference, but the economy significantly favored to them. The ults used in the previous at least, but so were they for Liquid. Serial not finding the success needed. Big push through the A site here from Martin, but it's all just for information. His double flash is ready to roll. They've spotted Serial, and he's ready with the shorty in hand, but he finds nothing. And in fact, Kinko manages to trade him out. The Team P to play behind them. It's a smart idea, but it's being watched, and as he emerges from the shadows, Sadek sends him straight back there. A 4 versus 3 now. The advantage for KC yet again. And they still haven't committed to the site. They've got 2 players on it. They're wrapping up into heaven. Oh no, and they don't know just how, well, it doesn't matter. It does not matter in the slightest how close a lead is, because the others have just cleaned up the site. And you're left in, I presume, another save at 12 to 10. 2 rounds in a row needed for Team Liquid to fight for an overtime here. It looks like KC are going to take the lead in the series. This is quite the surprise, I think, to everyone watching from home.
Yeah, there's probably a few KC fans out there who saw this coming all along, but based on Liquid's recent performances, based on the map pool, based on even how the map started, the expectation would be that they take it's 2 relatively big leads that have slipped away. A 6-2 start, and what was it, 10-6 in this second half?
Match point.
Yeah,
And
I
ever
think so.
since then, 4 rounds in a row now.
And 9-6.
What? Yeah. Even still, it has been a streak. And 12 to 10, 1 needed. Aves has been unstoppable. There is not a player in this server right now who seems to want it more than he does. And with Haven coming up next, that is a great sign. If you like the Yoru Rays, wait until you see the Yoru Phoenix, because it's all about momentum, and it's all about the man who's just found another opener, a potential 30 bomb on the cards, unless someone stops him. And I don't know, the only man who's been able to stop him just died.
Truly ridiculous what Aves has been able to do here. Like you said, a chance to potentially stop home on the way. Wouldn't mind a little flight connection with a layover.
Yeah.
I
reckon they might want him to stop on the way back after he's fought for $1.25 million. Maybe get a couple of nice gifts.
Yeah, no, truly though, his performances have been good. At times, they've been great, but here he is just fantastic. Camo trying to match up, but he only gets the 1. A 4 versus 3. The advantage still sitting with KC as the attempted retake comes in. It's a shutdown, and it's Aves picking 2 in this round. That keeps the advantage with them. Sugetsu and Elite to close it out, and 13 to 10. KC take the lead in this best of 5. 2 to 1 with 2 chances to close it out, and the next map up, Haven, somewhere that Aves has thrived, somewhere that KC have chosen to fight here today. There's a chance that we won't even make it to Ascent.
It's a brutal time for Liquid. They come off of a defeat yesterday where they lost 3 maps, 13-11, and win 1 map that they didn't choose, 13-6. that led to a defeat. Now, after being, up twice in this map with multiple rounds to the good, it is KC fighting back into the series. It really has looked like since map number 2, things have changed. And while one of the major changes is just how good some of these players are playing, Sugetsu on Icebox, Aves here, and now they head into what is Haven, which again has been one of their better maps, has been where they've thrown in a composition that doesn't seem like it will work for anybody else. But if Aves is going to 30 bomb on Raze, who knows what he's going to do when he has an extra life or two.
Well, this is it, right? That Phoenix is going to be terrifying coming into Haven. Our next and possibly last map, as KC are now looking to close this out 3-1. The scoreline that Tom predicted to start this day off, but the team's a little topsy-turvy. Unbelievable performance from Aves. Let's see if it continues in the next map after the break.
1, go.
Welcome back, folks. We've just witnessed a bit of an upset as KC take this series 2-1, and another win will send them to Riyadh, to the main event of EWC, over the corpse of Team Liquid. Now, Tom, coming into today, I think everyone would agree Team Liquid are the favorites. We talked about it yesterday in the BO5, how anyone who lost, whether it was Liquid or BBL, they would be clear favorites going down into this bracket. But it seems like KC, and maybe more particularly Aves, have just hit another level. He just went 30 for 15 in that previous map, 7 for 3 in opening duels, and I mean, he looked untouchable.
Yeah, no, I sort of mentioned in the moment that this like almost Messi versus Ronaldo is starting to build into this series. You got Kiko is currently 61 and 40 overall in the series, and then Aves, who's 62 and 44. Like literally one kill separates them in terms of how things have gone so far. But in that map, it was a little bit more than that. A 30 and 15, like a 2 KD coming in. Really impressive stuff. And as you see by the Veto below, the first 3 are done. We are heading to Haven, which, yeah, this is the pick. Obviously, it's so late in the sort of best of 5 that I think both teams are definitely fairly confident on this map. But at the same time, if we are going off momentum, if we're going off what we saw as of yesterday, I'm a little bit worried now for Liquid, because the way that they played yesterday with Martin and Aves, I sort of looked at that and go, okay, well, maybe Aves won't have the same sort of performance. He's having a better performance. So if he keeps that going on the Phoenix, he's going to have his ult every 2 rounds.
Yeah. No, it felt like he was unstoppable in the previous. And I mean, you look at some of the factors for Team Liquid. Again, we highlighted it through the map, and I think we saw it. No real change to it. Like, Serial had a really tough map, and I'm not just talking 4 and 18. It's not great. It's not like his deadlock is usually the shining example of how to play Lotus, but 0 and 7 in opening duels. You're double sentinel, so that's one thing, but you probably don't want to have your deadlock taking those opening fights quite as frequently, and if they are, you sure as hell don't want them to be losing them. And I think there's a lot to be done by Team Liquid coming into Haven if they're to have a chance, considering Lotus must be one of the maps they prepared. It was their second pick in this series. Now we go on to Haven, and then this is where KC wanted to battle. This is where factors like Aves are what we're going to look at as being, you know, they need to perform.
Oh, he's
absolutely performed. And before we even get into Agent Select, Aves has got that Phoenix on the server. He is the danger man.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I do. Like, this is the thing. If he can keep up this momentum, then they will qualify. Like that's it. I don't think there's much that can stop him at this stage, which is not something I would have said coming into today. Like, he was shut down when he played versus BBL. It didn't look like the same sort of performance, but I think something we're learning quite often about BBL is that they are very good at sort of like coming up with those anti-strats, coming up with those ideas. So I now look towards Liquid, and normally I'd say exactly the same thing, but I also then look at the comp they're running, and this is something I mentioned when they played versus Foot. The Foot comp they were coming up against the first time they ran this was thought to be the Neon and the Chamber. It ended up being Yoru, but it worked all the same. They were able to delay, they were able to slow. I actually think that a lot of this Viper util can play into Aves's hands. Like, a lot of the time you talk about having a smoke to flash out of. Well, the Viper screen works very similarly. Sure, he'll take a little bit of decay damage while doing it, but it almost gives him an extra avenue to disorientate enemies while also having Martin. And that's the thing that's, after the last map, maybe we're singing the praises mostly of Aves, but it is always that sort of 1-2 punch with him being that second layer that can also just, well, be the best player in the server. So yeah, I am now nervous for Liquid, a team that, as we said at the beginning of the day, the expectation is for them to make it to another international event after both Masters were qualified for. EWC with 4 slots seemed like a walk in the park, but they now have to reverse sweep 2 maps in a row just to be in with a chance.
Especially when you look at how the series started with Split going their way convincingly. The last 2 rounds, it felt like Nats had taken some super soldier serum. The guy was just running at them with no regard for his own life and taking them down. He charged through Viper walls. He wide swung Martine. He ran at a showstopper. Usually you run away from those things. He went head first and made them panic and then ran into a Viper's pit in the same round. I mean, he looked unstoppable. And since then, that chokehold that Team Liquid supposedly or seemingly had over this series, over this team, it's faded away to nothingness. Now we move into this 4th map and what could be the final. We expected that could be the case coming into today, but not in favor of KC. And now, oh, well, the challenge for Phoenix. Oh, it's nerfed a little by that paranoia. Beautifully done. Camo denied the opening pick.
Yeah, and they grind to a halt. The interesting thing is obviously we've seen Liquid have some strong defensive sides, but what that means is they've granted KC the attack on their own map choice, clearly feeling that they have the solution to what has been run on that side. Oh, Nano is going to be popped just in time. That's enough to slow this push down. Serial was definitely in danger if that didn't happen. But because of that, maybe a little bit of doubt has gone into the minds of KC. They're going to slow once again. They've got to be careful. They're being wrapped on, and well, Patatek, the bodyguard of Camo.
Last player standing.
This pistol round is looking inevitable once again, and Camo off to a flying start.
That's what we need to see. 2 things going right here. Camo finding picks, having that early impact that has been missing so far in this series. And also on the other side, KC last time, double digits when it came to that attacking side. We cannot be looking at another 10-2 half. And with the pistol round underneath Team Liquid's belt, that's a step in the right direction. Because we know that as this goes on, as the rifles come out, that's where the real challenge starts to brew, as these orbs find their way consistently into Avez's control. For now,
Scanning ahead.
the 1-0 start. And Team Liquid, well, they have to be damn sure that they don't lose this one to the Classics.
Oh, that's not a bad start. To get 2 down. It is a tag, at least. Oh, Avez, you got nowhere to go, buddy. It's just got to try and run away. Does actually make it out. I'm a bit surprised by that. But I think Liquid maybe playing this one a little bit safer than normal. With how things have gone over the last couple of maps, they've had these early leads and let them slip. It happened on Lotus especially. Both halves being at least 4 rounds ahead before their opponents managed to start to climb back into it.
Shadows traveling.
Oh, for Kiko, already on 47 HP, does have to be a little bit careful. Still very patient from the side of KC. Maybe trying to sell the idea that they are going to play some of these rounds slower before blitzing in the buy round.
Well, the slower approach isn't working with the Classics. No surprise there, as the rifle of Camo finds another big round. A 4K and a 3K. Well, if anything's going to reset your confidence, I think that will certainly do it. Just has to ensure he doesn't slow down. The only pick so far for KC is Sadic's Frenzy. Strange to say. And so we move into round number 3. Rifles for the side of KC. This is where things could take a turn for the worse for the defense, but Team Liquid, they'll want to come in and hammer home a victory, at least do a lot of damage in this round. Keep up that early dominance.
Oh, Patatek does manage to land that initial shot. Good start from him. Bear in mind, even with the lower weapons, they can still afford to do as much damage as possible. Sniper yet to be retrieved, but that will be picked back up, so still an opportunity here for that cost to be caused. Paranoia actually goes through, so clearly Liquid feeling they're quite a bit closer. Avez again, though. We've hyped him up all the way after the last map, and while a double entry into the site is going to help, Kiko still here, rifle in hand. Good opportunity, and here comes that overdrive from Camo. It's come down to the 1 versus 1. The TP away, he's kind of lost where his opponent went, and that's a nasty surprise. A beautiful reposition from Sugetsu saves them from humiliation.
Yeah, that could have been devastating. Still great damage done. And Camo early on showing us what is going to be a factor to be concerned about for the rest of this game. Elite has a trap outside of A, but whether it's coming from whichever side, honestly, you can get on top of a box and with Neon jump over that trap. Camo does it here. There's always a risk you hit your head, you end up getting caught by it, but he goes straight through. A perfect jump, a 10 out of 10. The judges are happy to see it. And then he gets behind, takes down Elite, gets ult online as a result, and from there problems start to brew. We're seeing the same smoke over here on long, denying that information from the reveal, giving an opportunity to Kiko to catch him off, but I think they've even heard the smoke fading from here. Sugetsu knows what he's up against, and they're just waiting for a push-up. As soon as it comes in, Aves swings, who's currently watching their back.
Deploying drone.
And I guess a direct response to what Camo was up to in the previous round, but he's moved this time, and we won't see that same aggression unless there's serious pressure put on across the map. That's why they're battling so aggressively inside Garage, and Aves gets impatient, goes straight into the outlaw of Patatek.
Oh, this outlaw has been pretty devastating so far. Even though it's only been a pick here and there, that has been enough for some heavy losses, and the heavy loss in this round is Aves, the player who was able to make the difference in the last map and in the only round they've currently won in this one. Patatek again is going to add another to that already building body pile, and just takes over. The economy of KC about to be shattered, but more importantly, the confidence of Liquid is off the charts. Patatek's going to go hunting for that ace. I don't know if it's going to be... Oh, that's nice. He's waiting. He's waiting patiently. The steps are probably going to be heard. And while Serial, I guess, was like, yeah, I'll save him for you, bud, unless he turns around, which unless Martin had muted the game, I think was always going to happen.
Oh, that's sad, though. He was just around the corner, man. That was about to be Paddy's ace. He's being robbed. But in the end, a timeout from KC nonetheless. This was a disappointing round, I think it's fair to say, from them. They tried to play it quite cerebral. There was a push up on A after pressuring Garage and C long. So in round 3, right, that was where Camo was able to jump the trap. But Team Liquid are not stupid. They're not going to go for the same flank play 2 rounds in a row. You are begging to be countered at that point. And that's exactly what KC tried to do. Aves and Sugetsu playing on long, smoke presence towards Garage. That's telling you that maybe the omen is there, especially when 2 players then start to pressure Garage, when there's some noise on long as well, I believe. And at that point, they're just waiting. Where's Camo? Is he pushing short? Is he pushing long? 30 seconds, 40, 50 go by. No movement, no pressure. Okay, let's swing and see what's happening on A long. Normally, you wouldn't do that for fear of an op. But in this round, they think it'll be all right. No op money. No one's going to have that out. And the outlaw picking off the first, finding the second a little later, and then a double kill to bring him up to 4 on long. This round crumbled. And we'll see a very different approach for KC coming into round number 5, not least because they don't have the same weaponry as they did before.
Shot down.
Oh, finally someone has managed to deal with the outlaw of Patatek. He's farmed up his ult and some. And you always have to be a little bit worried about Sugetsu on a Sheriff. This guy has been very impressive with that gun. Serial, though, well, those are statistically putting himself to a similar spot of the last map. A big double, and hopefully a confidence booster for him. That's the thing. You now got both Camo and Patatek performing. Paddy definitely had his struggles. Let's see if there's anything more to be had. Nat's hiding around this wall, and while both of your flash players are gone, It doesn't really look like much of a chance for Sugetsu here. And well, a misread on where Nats had got to. 4-1. Liquid off to a flyer, and you can kind of see why they chose to start on this defensive side.
Yeah, and also the power of having this sort of a performance early on when we know that KC have thrived on the attack, having 4-1 on the board, having momentum in their favor, having big plays, coming even off an outlaw. Patatek 8-3 at the moment. And it's not like he picked up a lot in the pistol round because Camo had a 4K. This is a wonderful start, and you really can't put a fault in how they're playing. Swapping it up consistently as well. I'm just looking at Camo. Same play coming through long, but he's waited 2 rounds to do it. Now on the third, he's going to jump over. This time I think he actually got caught by the trap, breaks it, and now goes for the swing deep. It doesn't matter. They knew he was coming, but with the Hunter's Fury causing problems, it looked like they'd locked in the round. But instead, Patatek's left in a 1v2, and they know where he was. Hunter's Fury for post plant. Run it back as well. Unlikely to be used.
Oh, that does depend. This flank is coming in pretty quickly. They're not paying attention. And because of that, Paddy is going to clutch out the round. It looked like it started strong for Liquid. In the middle of the round, quickly swung back with a couple coming up. But they did not expect that flank, which is surprising. Bear in mind, they knew where that ultimate had come from. They just did not expect him to run all the way around in towards their spawn and back behind them. 11-3 for Patatek. It seems like if Aves desires to make it to Riyadh, Patatek is the man that might be there to stop him.
That was a silly mistake as well, though. 2 players watching Garage, one deeper than the other. Just a waste of eyesight. And then the fact that they're lined
That's what they
up.
call me.
Who's next?
I've said it to you before, Tom. I don't think your parents should be so cruel.
Back in they go. Almost just selling a ruse once again. They have pulled a pretty hefty rotation. Real reliance on Serial, but the thing is, I feel like Casey are throwing in these fakes, these ruses, but then they're not executing off them in time. Serial, well, he's killed off a lot of things in the mix, but it's only one actual player. Elite just holding in the corner, but Aves is the one to watch as they make their way in. Now they've got to be careful of their flank once again. Camo's made it over the trip. A little bit of dancing to make it through. Katsu only 1 bullet needed and 1 found, but Nats has done well. Another 1 versus 2. And it's the man, the myth, the legend, Patatek with another chance.
Okay, as long as they don't line up, we should be fine. Do they have heavy shields? I didn't catch that. I sure hope they do.
They're so isolated, though.
Playing off the cam on one side, though. Oh, no. The flash comes in. Okay, it comes in perfectly on time. And they peek together. Lined up, making a Orion's belt with the 3 players. But luckily, they're not on the same side. And both shots of the Outlaw had already fired. Danger averted. A 2nd round found, but a team that we hail as being so strong here on the attack, even with Aves doing quite a bit. They haven't been able to find that same flair of consistent success that we've seen before. Martine's 1-7 right now. You know, we talked about how strong Aves was previous map, and still we saw in a lot of those early rounds, like Martine's 3K spray down as they were running back out, and then they were the only 3 kills of the round. Over on Lotus.
Sadak got no shields. Like, at least he hadn't bought them when I first checked. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Irrelevant.
Revealing area.
Martine has already lost. No, he does have light shields now. So I think he switched up to a Guardian at the last second, realizing he couldn't afford it. And now he gets a gun on the other side. Aves is going to try and beat the trigger of Camo. Oh! I don't know if he saw, like, maybe part of the barrel or something, or if that was just a read, but whatever it was, he's got it bang on. Patatek. How has Patatek got both? The second player, I don't even think he knew was there until he swung, and this guy is just having a monstrous performance. We've seen levels from either side. Finally, he's put in the dirt by that man Aves once again, but I fear it's too little too late.
It should be the office. Finally going to take Aves down. Revenge for the damage done moments ago. And now he goes out for a third kill of the round. Camo, we've been wondering where he was all series, making a dramatic entrance. 15-3 on this map. Double what anybody on KC is putting up, and then some. And when you talk about the performance of Aves, the performance of this composition on the attack, I don't think they've hit this kind of resistance before. A big challenge for KC. We've already had a timeout and not much has changed.
No, it seems like the Polish core on the other side of, I don't know. They've had some mid-match pierogi or something to power them up, because they are having an insane step up. Well, we mentioned in the first couple of maps that Camo was non-existent. I think he's already got more kills in this map than he did in the first two, which is insane. And that's before you mention that Palitek is also just frying. The site will go the way of KC, but the round, I'm not feeling confident in it. 4 versus 3 weapons a week. Nat's now looking to step up, but even still the trades are immediate. And although there's a couple of players drop, Mitch, it's kind of a non-topic at this point with the streak of rounds that Liquid have had.
Yeah, I'm feeling that call from the distance. Map 5, Ascent, could be just around the corner at this rate. Team Liquid already. What was that?
They came back from 6-2.
They did. They did.
And it was right after an Eng tactical pause, so we'll have to wait and see.
If ever they're going to make that comeback, it could be now. But Tom, look what they're up against. 4 ultimates on the other side, and the run it back, probably the only shining light, the beacon of hope for KC. As this timeout ticks away, 6-2 comeback, sure, but this is so dominant. This is factors for Team Liquid that haven't been there. Like Camo's been missing, but they found him. They pulled him from the wreckage of the previous maps, and now 15-3 he is being enabled on this Neon, on this map as well. So much room for that operator to thrive, and even without it, he was 10-1 at one stage with that aggressive flank around A that got him his ult, that then gave him a multi-kill, and they lost the round, but only barely. And that's one of the rounds they lost as well. Like, I think he got 3 kills in that off a big flank. He's in their head, and they need Aang to pull him right back out of their heads.
I quite like as well that the clear game plan here from Liquid is very different to how they played versus Foot. Like, we talked about the wall being a huge factor versus Foot because they were able to just delay, buy time, have those crossfires. They're playing ahead of it almost every round because they know, okay, they want to set up with flashes and execute into the sites. Oh, that's fine. Run into my AWP first. And the AWP is playing an off angle every round. It's not just in a spot where you're going to flash immediately. It's an aggressive position that Camo can then just re-spot seconds later. His shots on players maybe being a little bit accurate than his shot on the drone, but I don't think he's going to mind too much, especially with how things have been going so far. Run it back is available for this round, but also just look at the Viper's Pit, and more importantly, look at the Viper's Pit, and then look when Nats is in the Viper's Pit. You'd expect him to be maybe passive down back towards the short angle, but he's created a little pocket for himself.
And it works well if he plays short with an outlaw sitting outside it. But what he wants is... Oh, they're predicting it. Static's got the reveal spot on. But he's got a little bit of extra space. Nats just steps outside the walls of it, steps right back in, clears all this space, makes sure they haven't made it down short.
Joke's over. You're dead.
It's a lot of control. Flash pushes Camo off the angle. Smoke will keep him down and out. Flash catches him again, but he still takes Aves. Unfortunately, it's just the ult. He will run it back later in this round. And this time, looks like towards the garage door. Serial steps into the fray, loses his life, and the lockdown destroyed. The hope for the side of Team Liquid in this round seems to be fading. And KC with a response that lasts with 10 seconds. And the plant needs to be found. Hunter's Fury thrown through. And they really need to get that plant in. The time now ticking away, but they'll find it just about in time, leaving them in a 2 versus 1 with Patatek all by himself. The shock dart doesn't land. He swaps weapon, the Phantom in hand for the spam, but he won't land them either. They're now grouped up, a high-low setup, an almost certain death. Patatek needs to be precise, and it's Aves to deal the damage instead, finding his form here. I think up to double digits in kills, or a little past it, 10 to 8 indeed, but 7 to 3 on the scoreboard. We need a bit more from KC in this half.
We've seen, obviously, in terms of the statistics, their defensive sides on this map have been impressive in a lot of their victories, especially when you go back to some of the earlier stages of this qualifier versus Koi. They got 8 rounds versus Foot, they got 9. So it's very much possible that they can turn this tide. Of course, we're basing a lot of what we've seen on their performance versus Foot on the attack.
Standing ahead.
But they could be just as aggressive on the defense, but they need some footing. They need some wiggle room. And sure, they managed a round in close capacity, the time almost ending it for them, but they have not been able to get a streak of rounds together. And while after Serial finds the opener, Kiko doesn't need to hold that spot anymore. He doesn't need to be aggressive. More than happy to just sit back and play the numbers.
That's all they need to do. It's worked so far, and you know, the longer that you sit and wait, the more likely it is the KC push into that empty space that's being held by Camo. That operator given another chance to take down a player, well, that's something that they'll be more than happy to claim, and there it is. Oh, Elite back through the wall, though. That's a huge pick. That gets them the information. They see that C site's a little more open. Molly into the window, and the fight only for the spawn with the wall blocking off most of it. Oh, they've done well to get in. The cost of some of their HP. The TP from Kiko expected.
Oh.
That was a big risk taken, and now it puts pressure on the others to make a move. That's exactly what's being leveraged here with the push through spawn by Sadek. He's being spotted though. Oh, the timing perfect for Patatek! But Elite, he's on for the ace. 4 picks already, and the high-low setup. Patatek in the same position as the previous round. This time with a reveal. But what can he do? Even if he sees them, Elite is firing for 5.
It's another ace to add to the collection of this squad. He had 2 kills up before this round, but I don't think anybody in the KC fanbase is going to give a damn if he's going to pull off rounds like that. It looked like another surefire victory for Liquid, especially after the somewhat mistake from Sadak. The 2 players were spotted, and so he didn't expect the third to come around. Patatek eliminating him, but Elite just did everything needed, even catching the player flanking. It's another scenario where after the pause, it just seems like KC have found their footing. Some words to stabilize from their coach, but that 5th round would be a welcome addition to their collection.
Oh, what a moment to come out of the woodwork like that. Nats coming out of the smoke alongside Camo. The mid push cancelled, but maybe too late. Aves has already caught a whiff of them. And they had a player tucked in the corner as well. The idea here that maybe Kiko could catch them as they pushed up to re-clear that space, but they don't. They fall back, and Kiko senses it now, wants to push all the way down. Great space taking in middle. He might catch Aves with his back turn. He does. He's seen him. The spray is good, but there's another 2 on their way, dealing with him at the cost of Aves, a price they might be willing to pay, with Martin finding his form on site, coming out of the ult, and the dimensional drift has gotten them a plant on C site. Sugetsu eliminating Nats and leaving Team Liquid's hopes again in Patatek's hands. He's got to be getting sick of retaking the C side at this point. This time a 1 versus 3 that he's up against.
Yeah, they've started avoiding him over on A, and for good reason. He was causing them mass issues. Just look at the position of Martin as well. I think anybody who's checking this is going to need to get their PC checked directly afterwards, because it's such an isolated and obscure angle. And from 7-2 down once again, a hefty lead that was extended has now come down to just 2 rounds. Let's see if KC can turn it and maybe even close it after the break.
All 7-5, it looked like a more dominant scoreline was on the cards for Team Liquid, but KC, they've woken up, they found their footing, and now, Tom, it's a 2-round gap coming into the second half. The pistol could close that in very quickly.
And this is the half as well, where you kind of have less of an expectation of the composition from Liquid. They've proven their prowess on the defensive side, but it was their attack that let things slip. A similar scenario, a 7-5 half, losing 8-4 in the second. A pistol round might just be enough to get them over the line. And with Camo firing, at least for the majority of the first half, that's at least a good sign.
The spam here for Camo doesn't land. Luckily, Serial's there to pick up the pieces, and they'll still find themselves in a 4v3. The plan secured as well towards the B side as Team Liquid battle against those shock darts. Decent damage done already, but well, you just got to look at how low Elite is to see the advantage is clearly in the attacker's court. A big step up needed by someone, and it might be Sagetsu. Good with the pistols, and he's taken a double already. Still pretty healthy, but his teammate not so much. Going is still on him to make this one matter, and Kiko's on the wraparound. They've got to be quick. Sadik, he's surely just about to be dropped. That pistol falling was heard by Sagetsu. A triple already, and a good idea where the final player would be. Patatek emerging from the smoke, the 1v2, but Sagetsu's watching a 4K in the pistol, in the 3 versus 4 as well, to pull them right back into this and close the gap on Team Liquid.
Did Kiko run out of bullets? I'm so confused as to why he swapped guns there. Like, I understand, like, maybe you want an upgraded pistol, but, like, why, when you have you know that a guy has just got a kill there, you know he's probably wrapping around behind, you basically have a free kill, and you swap guns? It just seems like such a weird decision. I'm not sure if I've missed something. Maybe I have, but that feels like that gave the game away and made it so much tougher for Patatek to try and win that round. Of course, Sugetsu, insane. Like, he's been a pistol god throughout this series. Whether he's been having a good game or not, the pistols always seem to go his way, but that could be a difference. Nice work from Camo, at least. Hello, Abez. He's looking to try and farm up that already. 3 kills to his name. 2 players standing in their way. He's looking for another ace this time. Martin's like, you've had your ace. You're not getting 2.
7-7 now. Tied up.
Result, by the way.
And Team Liquid,
that ace.
Yeah. Team Liquid not happy with what they've seen so far. They're going to call a timeout. And this,
I reckon they're boomed, because, like, who calls a timeout for round 3? Like, that's a really weird place to call one. Like, you've lost the pistol follow-up. Okay, like, that happens. It's not the end of the world. To call a pause before the buy round even happens, that makes me assume that either there's players frustrated, players not communicating, and Lohan feels the need to step in, which, yeah, definitely, like, it's good that he's getting in early if something like that is happening. Being proactive, I'll always say that's a solid thing as a coach, but if there's a need for it, that definitely has me a little bit worried, because, again, like, you're talking about a team that was 7-2 in the lead. They have lost 5 rounds in a row now.
Well, this is it, Tom, right? And I was going to point that out, that the fact that we had that round 3 pause, it puts a lot of pressure on the players as well, because you're coming into this bye round. Obviously, at this point, you're feeling like, well, the coaching staff, they don't have faith in us if we just run the bye round right now to get it right. But I'm hoping that we're looking then at some factors like, okay, you've got the ult coming online for Phoenix. Maybe we want to play slow, deny the orbs, look to punish. Like, either it's, hey guys, you've been messing up, you need to not do XYZ, let's make sure we do whatever. Or it's, hey, I've got a counter. I've got a winning formula for you right now that I think we can punish them on. And if it's that, if it's those suggestions being given, perhaps we are about to see a big round for Team Liquid. Otherwise, if they lose this after that pause, I think it just goes from bad to worse for the mental, especially with the series on the line, with qualification to that main event being impossible if they lose one of the next 2 maps, and this one here slipping away slowly. Liquid gearing up for an A take. They've definitely chosen the right spot.
Yeah, at least for now. The dart's not going to get anything. It's also not going to be shot, and that's more of a problem. Like, that could have been where the game is given away. Now, there's an alarm bot in the window, but it seems like Aves has spotted that, and the read, as of right now, from the defense is completely wrong. They have gone in the other direction. They were hoping to maybe catch Camo, who's still pushing.
Spike planted.
But he's managed to get into that close corner. This is now a pretty tough thing. The only thing I'll say is that I'm not sure if Aves has been spotted. He's got incredibly far in behind them. No, he definitely hasn't been seen. Eventually, he'll get spotted, but it might be too little too late. Kiko finally puts him down, but the whole round has fallen apart because of it. Now, I'll say he must have broken the alarm bot.
Defuse the spike.
So I guess it was just the timing of Kiko going to check, and that was enough.
I don't know, Tom. I don't know if there was some sort of
Serial was not dead.
Yeah, some sort of a shock dart lineup. Serial stepping out too far away from it is also a possibility. Like, there was, maybe it went offline for.
I don't think, because Sadak was on A.
Yes.
If you got a shock dart lineup that goes from A site that bounced into the window, I'd be impressed.
I've definitely seen lineups like that before, and I imagine if anyone has him, you look at a man like Sadak, it's just an uber nerd. But
I'm gonna say
I'd say he stepped out of range.
Because that was online for a long time in that round. So either he stepped out of range, or I genuinely just think they shot it and they forgot.
If that's happened, then, well, we might have another pause from Lohan if he has one.
Go to check, but I think he just went to check like a second too late.
It could be. It could be. I'll watch it back when the VOD catches up a little bit, and we'll see if that was the case, because we'll obviously see if it's online when he dies or if it's gone. But yeah, a huge mistake nonetheless. And for Liquid, this round now, they've got a lot of weaknesses. They have gained a lot of ground, though. And with the numbers they've got, this could overwhelm the player. That's a big push from Sagetsu. And it's traded out. This is perfect. Some upgraded weapons now for Team Liquid. Look, they lost the last one on a fumble, but this is a chance to recover. Aves is there still, though. And now grouped up with Martin. 2 dangerous players to try to take down. And the spike, very much under their control. I love this wraparound. They're going to give Serial all the control. He's going to waste so much time trying to figure out where the hell they've gone. And the most likely play here that we've seen a million times is Garage to wrap back onto B main. A should be the play. He's read it just like he should, but this time they're a few steps ahead. Aves with the triple kill, and Casey with the round.
And that's genuinely just brilliant. I don't know if that was one of them calling it, or maybe Sadak or someone calling it in the moment, but that is just like, you have fallen perfectly into the trap. And sure, it was a lower purchase for Liquid. They get a decent amount of damage done. The economy is definitely not off the charts just yet for that defensive side, especially as I assume that Martin is going to be dropping one over. tech pause being called by the defensive side. Oh, sorry, the attack side of Liquid. And while this really is getting into the crunch time for Liquid at this stage, and we are now talking about what, a 6-2 lead on Lotus. I think then was it, what was it, 10-7?
10-7 or 10-6, yeah. And 9-6 for sure.
Yeah, it was 9-6, but I think they then won one more. So I think it might have been 10-7. But even still, they had a hefty lead and lost a big streak. Then a 7-2 that's now turned into a 7-9. Like, this is looking more like a Liquid choke. And don't get me wrong, like, Aves has had an insane couple of maps. Like, we're talking about... In the last map, he got 30. In this map, he already has 20. So we could genuinely be seeing him get 60 kills in 2 maps, which is insanity. Mm-hmm. Like, I think it's definitely his standout best performance we've ever seen. Yeah. And if that's what takes them to an event in Riyadh, which I know is going to sound like a broken record, but he is the sort of like one MENA player looking to try and qualify through EMEA. And of course, if you go onto a map and look how close Egypt and Saudi Arabia are together, I'm sure that heading to an event that's even remotely close to Egypt would be a cool story for him. Nonetheless, it's not done yet.
Well, here we go. Moving into another important round as they keep on clocking up in favor of that defensive side. The attackers, they put weapons into play. They put credits on the line. Camo finds the opening, but the trade out is immediate. The player. The problem is, right, you've got a deep push down mid from KC and a run it back online.
Oh. That alarm bot is still online for now. Turret can be heard, and they are starting to put the pieces of this puzzle together. As you said, run it back available, so they can just go straight into this one. TP has been used just to try and check if they're there. Almost kind of sells the idea that this site is empty. Instead, it is the opposite. Aves through the smokes. He goes, and he is frying. Another added. Now you see that wraparound from behind, but that has failed. This time they are aware of it. That alarm bot does its job. The lockdown is going to at least buy them a little bit of extra space, but the smoke is too late. It just means that Sadak has a split-second opportunity. Also, bear in mind that Paditek, he can't even touch that flaming wall. He will go down from it. Hunter's Fury being used, but it hasn't quite caught just yet. Eventually, it gets the job done. Double digits found by the side of Carmine Core. The streak now up to 8 in a row.
I have some bad news for you, Tom. The other round, the one before, the alarm bot, at 43 seconds, it was shot. And somehow they allowed Aves to walk up long behind them. Combine that. Yeah, you were spot on with it. Combine that with what we just saw here, an ult used by Aves. He catches Nats inside the smoke, had a flash in hand when he was spotted, but the border of the smoke got in the way and he couldn't take him down. Aves lands the shot, throws a molly out on long that ends up hitting Sadik down to a fraction. It almost deleted him, and then somehow in the chaos that smoke goes down too late in heaven and they end up picking one off, one of the only healthy players off on the way back through. That is a disaster of a round from Team Liquid, and Lohan is right to call a pause. These last 2 rounds must have been so frustrating to see play out like that, where again, look at Nats in that fight. Run it back is online. He throws a snake bite into his poison orb, maybe thinks that that will slow down, that Aves isn't through already. He's wrong, and he hears the steps, so he knows he's wrong, and I guess because he's too close to the smoke, he realizes if I wait, he's going to flash out of it and I'm screwed. So instead he tries to play inside it. It was a nice attempt. I like that bit of aggression, but it didn't work. And from there, it was a disaster, just falling apart at the seams.
I think the thing I like, though, I want to give the positive side from KC is the TP. Because I think the TP, I think that from what we saw from KC, they already knew that it was an A side take. Like, they had 3 players around that scenario. They had a guy at the alarm bot, so they knew it was A. They threw the TP in to sell the idea that we're not there, and then gets them the opening pick because of it. Well, somehow Sugetsu danced a little bit longer than expected. Martin is going walkabouts, and that's the spike! He's managed to catch them with their pants down. It's a slightly lower purchase for Liquid. Elite is alongside, and now Kiko is all... Oh, sorry, Camo is all that remains. The spike down. TP's actually been thrown in so that he can join his teammate. Even throwing in some footsteps on the seaside just to put a little bit of doubt. Nice shot from Camo. He's even going to pull out the overdrive. The player on the other side is fairly low, but Elite will get the job done. 11 on the board for KC, just 2 away from qualification. And while with a streak of rounds now spanning 9 in a row, there needs to be something special coming up here for Liquid.
And that's the end, right? The pauses from Team Liquid. They've used both. This one with no real success. And this is where exactly the turning point needs to be for this squad. You have to look at the fact that we came in singing the praises of KC on the attack of this map. And now somehow it's on the defense that they're putting up this untouchable streak of rounds. We left the half 7-5. The pistol barely went the way of KC with a 4K needed by Sugetsu. And now they're 11-7 up. Liquid haven't won a round since then. Sugetsu, though, dealt with. Martin steps up to the plate, and he needs to hit this one home. He's found one, but more required. Abez here with him. They can play the flash through the wall if they want to. I'm not sure that's where that was meant to go.
Yeah, he had one that was over on the top side of spawn, but it failed. They've left this. This is the thing. He's the bait. He's literally the bait. All he needs to do... Well, he was hoping to maybe get one, but he's just trying to sell the idea that they've cleared everything.
I got the spike.
The question is, can Aves find the impact that he desires? He's going to go swinging. They are watching for it, though. Liquid well aware. Not falling for the shenanigans this time around. The steps have been heard, though. The cam even going to get them that little bit of extra information. And even going to be delayed a little bit longer. Maybe that cage, not quite what Sadek was looking for, though. It's actually kind of blocked off his vision, but what it has done is allowed Elite to get a little bit more. Down to just 20 HP, however. But the same could be said, actually, for Nats within the pit. He is dangerously low.
So desperately low. Zero's going to play outside the pit. It's a big mistake. I cannot co-sign that. Nats is 20 HP. He can't afford to take fights out or in the pit. One shot is all that's needed. Serial had to be the bodyguard to keep him alive. And he goes walkabouts, isolating their IGL, leaving him with nothing to do but take a pointless fight 1v2. One that maybe he wins 1 in 10 times, but those are not the odds we need to see at 11-7, now 12-7, and the round that they so desperately required falls apart with 1-by-1 individual fights. Team Liquid, if they weren't mentally boomed after the round 3 pause and loss in this half, if they weren't mentally boomed after the last, that's gotta be it. They've won 0 rounds on attack, and now they need 5 in a row.
Yeah, KC have been digging in deep. They've been finding their footing further and further into this game, gaining in confidence. I mentioned Martin, he's not had the best of games, but let's be real, he hasn't been needed with the performances of some of the others stepping up to the plate. Elite, though, maybe getting ahead of himself. Takes the fight, but loses the jaw. Now Aves, he wants a little bit more himself. He's been on fire so far. The walk-ups, they are taking both sides of the map. Both spots seemingly one and done, but with Aves being spotted, they're not going to risk it. He's taken the orb and managed to get his ultimate online. The run it back will be available, but the point of contest is going to come in onto Sugetsu, and I don't think he realizes it just yet.
Oh, but he's found one, and it's Nats to go down. Wall to drop. Doesn't open up an angle for a teammate, though, because of the rotates in play. Ult popped by Aves. He grabs one. Almost a second. Desperately close. And although Serial takes him down, you're going to have to battle your demons twice. Aves has another shot at this round with one player so desperately low. Camo has to step up here and now. The walk around by Sadik. Serial was spotted here. His gun will be up, and he wins the fight, though. Serial, the one to take it home for this side. The first round finally found by Team Liquid. It's not too late yet, but they need 4 more rounds like that.
Gotta go.
It came down to, again, the slimmest of margins. I think just the 4 HP Serial managing to land that shot was definitely a difference maker. A little bit lucky to still be alive after Aves was on a tear, but they managed to bait out at least one of the ults. The problem is they have none of their own. It is just going to have to be the straight up firefights, a few solid ideas, and of course with the streak of rounds, it's unlikely to cause any issues
Deploying drone.
to that defensive side economy. Drone going to be utilized, but more so it's going to be followed. They have taken a lot of space. The paranoia is perfect, but it's not going to be the kills going the way of the defense. A reaction from Nats and Paddy gives them an advantage once again. And Elite, he is being circled in on. I don't know how he even managed to get one, but it's something.
Yeah, it was the only gap that was left open by that arrow, really. I guess other than the default, but that was clear by the long push. Martin, it's Camo that he's up against. The turret, first point of contact. He'll send the decoy through, but they're just letting it walk. They know his tricks. He won't be fooling them here today. Camo, oh, hit a headshot, but the wall got in the way. That was desperately close. But Serial, again, is the savior of this round. A man who we said was struggling in this series, especially the last map. But the light's not gone out just yet. 12-9, but it is like a candle in the wind, Tom. One mistake, and Team Liquid will be left in the dark.
Placing alarm bot.
It's a mountain, but they've started to climb it.
Placing swamp.
2/5 of the way there so far. And already they've put a dent in the economy of their opponents. A lot of close rounds that have gone the way of KC in their streak. A lot of opportunities to break them a little earlier. The Sugetsu Sheriff, though, is maybe not where you want to be going. There was no doubt in my mind that he was going to land that first shot, and Camo gone. He's been one of the glimmers of hope in this map so far, especially in the early streak. He was the difference maker. Now, with that smoke down, they've got to be careful. If they continue their push in this direction, not only do you have to match up against Sugetsu, but there's also the potential of that Hunter's Fury being used now. Sugetsu, though, might just be enough. Already with 3, and now comes through Aves. It is done. It is going to be KC that make the road to EWC. And Liquid, that is 2 best-of-5 defeats.
Oh, that's gotta sting, Tom. That has absolutely gotta sting. 3-1 as well. A reminder of what happened yesterday for Liquid, but KC rising above their station for this victory. This is somewhere that I don't think many people would have believed in them, claiming this series in such dominant fashion as well. Players like Aves matching up against some of the best duelists and individuals that exist within this region on the other side, against a well-drilled team that have crumbled some of the best out there. And it's KC to do it in this fashion. They're going to the main event, joining BBL, and hey, if they're playing like this and they got a little more time to prepare, you got to watch out for this squad. They're going to do some damage to the international scene.
Yeah, it almost feels like a wild card. Like we talk about this squad as a team who finished 7th to 8th just a few weeks ago in the EMEA playoffs, and now finish top 4 to make it to EWC. Like it's a huge turnaround from them in a very short amount of time. I think Aves playing on it maybe as close to home soil as you're ever going to get, at least within the MENA region. I think he's going to have a great time over there. And honestly, what an impressive display from him today. Like, that has to be one of the best performances he's ever had, at least when playing with KC. And that's a bright spark for them going forward, just into the future in general. Because, wait, you talk about making it to EWC, that's good. But if they manage to top 4 in EMEA, that's making it to champs as well.
Exactly. Yeah, for this squad, you know, we talked about the expectations on this team and how we want to see KC return to form that they did in the Masters Madrid event. Well, this is certainly a step in the right direction, besting some of the better teams in the region. And that lower bracket form that we've also discussed quite a bit, it seems like EMEA's got something special up its sleeve for some of these teams when elimination is on the line. That is going to be the full ticket. And I'll tell you what, Tom, as well, I bet for BBL it feels bloody great to see Team Liquid go out as well. A little flare of revenge as they sent them down here.
They just beat them.
Yeah. They sent them down here, and now they're not even going to see them in Riyadh.
Yeah, I guess you send us out of one event, we'll send you sort of out of the other. I don't know. To be honest,
Watch
on Twitter
their
they were saying
demise.
we'll see you at the event. So I guess not many expected KC to come out on top of this one. But for them, for the orgs, for the fans especially, that's going to be such a fun tournament to see them get to play versus some of the best teams in the world. Of course, they got to witness that last year when it came to Masters Madrid. But now getting to see them with the new look roster, with, as said, Aves, the Egyptian, playing on MENA soil, I think that's going to be a very fun event for them to watch. And I'm sure the KC fans will come out in full force to sort of back them while they're there. Nonetheless, it has been a very exciting qualifier. I think we kind of expected it to be the Liquid BBL, like the top two that were in the qualifier from EMEA making it through. So the fact that there has been an upset, the fact that KC have managed to sort of put the prep in, put the work in and run it down, fair play.
Well, that's now both halves of their haven with this comp recently sort of can be examined under a microscope. And I think Liquid obviously came in prepared for what they were going to face on attack, not getting caught off guard, but KC still got there in the end. But that defense, man, that was unbelievable how they're able to string together so many rounds, and starting with a 4K from Sagetsu as well makes all the difference. We saw almost every individual step up. Hell, Elite had 2 kills at one point and then aced the round. I mean, yeah, this was just the full force of KC fighting tooth and nail to get all the way to this main event of EWC, and now they're locked in along with BBL. And I think these teams, like, we have the best of the best in EMEA, and they're already locked in, your top 2 from stage 1. But these teams, they're gonna have a few tricks up their sleeve, I think, especially as they don't have to go to the international. They get to sit here and prepare for this event for like a month. That's a big advantage to play with.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very fun, and we'll also set them up for stage 2 of EMEA as well, where they get to sort of have that performance together as a team over in Riyadh. So I think there's some definite mass benefits. Also, you know, like the $1,250,000
yeah,
to
that's
play
pretty cool.
for. I think the org owners especially are going to be licking their lips thinking of that one. But no, it adds another bit of flair to what is a very exciting event. Obviously, the Pacific qualifier has concluded with, I believe, PaperX taking that, well, number 3 seed technically, with DRX making it as well. EEG, of course, are missing Toronto, but they're going to be playing as well. And I think the only thing left is between 100 Thieves and MIBR, with NRG actually locking in a spot in the Americas qualifier. So I think it's definitely had a few surprises here and there, and I think it's going to be very exciting to see sort of who comes out during the main event. But again, a massive congratulations to BBL and of course Carmine Corp, because 2 squads that are yet to make the sort of international this year, they get to go and play at EWC, and I think that's going to be a fun experience for them as a squad.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, that's going to be a very enjoyable event for them, and competing with some of the best in the world will be valuable experience for anyone of any caliber. Honestly, that's kind of what you need when it comes to leveling up your regional performances and making those champs runs at the next stage. But Tom, that's the end of our qualifier here within EMEA. Like you said, the Americas one will be happening a little bit later today, so if you're interested in that, make sure to tune in when 100 Thieves and MIBR will be butting heads. But for now, all that's left to do is say congratulations to BBL and KC. Thank you to you, Tom, for joining me alongside this qualifier, and to all our viewers at home for watching along with us. It's been a lot of fun. But for now, I gotta say goodbye. Thanks for watching.